The quantum field oscillator registered another anomalous spike as observer-analyst Vexil adjusted the calibration on the long-range sensory array. Floating in the observation chamber's nutrient bath, his neural tendrils unfurled and connected with the ship's systems, allowing him to perceive the data directly through his consciousness rather than relying on crude visual displays. Verification complete. He communicated to the others through a ripple of biochemical signatures. We have confirmed sentient activity on the third orbital body. The nutrient fluid around him vibrated with the responses of the Expedition Council, a mixture of curiosity, caution, and what could only be described as scientific elation. This was why they had traversed nearly 800 light cycles after all. The discovery of a new intelligent species was rare enough to justify the resource expenditure. Commander Nil's distinctive resonance pattern cut through the others. Proceed with Phase 2 observation protocols. Full spectrum analysis. Minimal energy signatures. We remain undetected until comprehensive assessment is complete. Vexil acknowledged the command and redirected the ship's observation systems. The Seeker vessel, currently orbiting the gas giant, sixth from the central stellar mass, extended its quantum entanglement probes, virtually undetectable observation devices that could provide real-time data without the risk of conventional electromagnetic emissions. As the data began flowing into his consciousness, Vexil felt the familiar thrill of discovery. New worlds always presented unique biological configurations, but intelligent life forms were especially fascinating. The preliminary scans had detected technological emissions, suggesting early-stage interplanetary capabilities, a critical threshold in a species' development. According to the archives, only one in approximately 70 million evolving worlds produced species that reached this threshold. Initiating high-resolution observation, Vexil announced as the quantum probes deployed across the target planet's surface. The first sensory data that materialized in his consciousness was unremarkable atmospheric compositions, geological formations, oceanic patterns. But as the probes focused on the concentration points of technological activity, Vexil's neural tendrils contracted involuntarily. By the eternal flow he transmitted, his biochemical signatures spiking with alarm. Council members, are you receiving this? The nutrient bath around him churned with a collective shock of the Council as they too processed the incoming data. Analyst Vexil, Commander Nil transmitted urgently. Verify processing integrity. These readings cannot be accurate. But Vexil had already run 3 verification sequences. The data was clean, uncompromised. What they were observing was real and profoundly disturbing. The dominant species on the third planet was carbon-based, as expected from the atmospheric and hydrospheric conditions, but their structural configuration was horrifying. Rather than the fluid, adaptable cellular networks that characterized most advanced sentience in the known universe, these creatures were rigid endoskeletal constructs with a grotesque layering system of internal organs surrounded by penetrable dermal barriers. Most disturbingly, they contained rigid, crystallized calcium structures throughout their forms that severely limited their adaptability. The internal support system made them unnaturally inflexible, requiring crude mechanical locomotion through the use of hinged, jointed appendages. Their fractured, transmitted Council biologist Thala, her signature patterns wavering with distress. Their bodies are compartmentalized into separate systems rather than unified fields. How can they even maintain consciousness? Asked theoretical cognition specialist Zol. Their neural processing appears to be confined to a single centralized mass in their upper extremity. The more data the probes collected, the more horrifying the picture became. The species' biological inefficiency was staggering. They processed energy through partial combustion of external materials in a caustic acid bath contained within their forms. This primitive process required constant replenishment and produced toxic byproducts that their systems had to filter and expel through dedicated orifices. Their consciousness is trapped, Vexil observed with growing discomfort. Look at their sensory apparatus, limited to basic electromagnetic spectrum detection, crude pressure sensitivity, and primitive chemical analysis. The most alarming realization came when Vexel analyzed their communication methods. Unlike the civilized exchange of biochemical and quantum state information that all known sentient species evolved toward, these beings produced crude acoustic vibrations using a dedicated orifice. They expelled compressed gases past vibrating membranes to create pressure waves that others detected with specialized organs. They physically strike their environment to communicate. Vexel transmitted his disgust evident, and they use symbolic representation systems that must be visually processed rather than directly shared consciousness. The Council's collective response was a mixture of scientific fascination and deep evolutionary revulsion. Everything about these beings violated the natural progression of sentient development, as understood throughout explored space. Yet they had somehow achieved technological advancement despite their profound biological limitations. "We need comprehensive analysis," Commander Neil decided after the initial shock subsided. "Full ecological context, evolutionary history, societal structures, expand observational parameters." Over the next 12 orbital cycles of the third planet, Vexel coordinated the most extensive observation protocol of his career. The quantum probes infiltrated every aspect of the target species' existence, collecting terabytes of data on their biology, technology, behavior, and social structures. And with each new discovery, his unease grew deeper. "They are a contradiction that shouldn't be possible," Vexel explained during the formal presentation to the full council 3 cycles later. His consciousness projected the accumulated data into the shared cognitive field of the nutrient bath, allowing all members to experience his findings simultaneously. Their evolutionary path appears to have diverged from efficient progression approximately 500 million orbital cycles ago. While most planetary ecosystems guide organisms toward energy efficiency and consciousness integration, this planet's harsh conditions repeatedly forced adaptation through structural reinforcement rather than field harmonization. The data visualization showed the evolutionary timeline of the species, highlighting the critical divergence points where they had developed their rigid skeletal system, specialized organs, and centralized neural processing. "Most concerning is their psychological configuration," Vexil continued. "Without distributed consciousness, they experience existence as isolated entities. Their perception of reality is fundamentally fragmented." He shifted the shared consciousness display to show examples of the species' interaction patterns. The Council collectively recoiled at the imagery of the beings moving their rigid forms through environments, manipulating physical objects with specialized gripping appendages, and producing acoustic signals at one another. Due to their structural limitations, they've developed artificial extensions of themselves, Vexil explained, showing examples of their technology. Unable to adapt their forms naturally, they create external tools to compensate. Their entire civilization is built upon this principle of external augmentation rather than internal evolution. The display shifted to orbital views of the planet, highlighting the species' settlements and infrastructure, angular, rigid constructions that mirrored their own biological limitations. Their civilizational development follows the same pattern as their biology, Vexil observed. Rather than flowing with natural systems, they impose rigid structures upon their environment, forcing it to conform to their limitations. They extract resources destructively and reconfigure them into artificial constructs. The Council processed this information in troubled silence. Such a fundamental divergence from the natural order was previously undocumented in any sentient species. Despite all these limitations, they've achieved remarkable technological progress, Vexil acknowledged. Currently, they've established a primitive presence on their satellite in the 4th orbital body. Their electromagnetic communications extend throughout their local system. Their rate of technological advancement is accelerating exponentially. Commander Nil's resonance interrupted the presentation. "Projection analysis." Analysts, Vexil. What is their developmental trajectory? This was the question Vexel had been dreading. The quantum computational models were clear and deeply troubling. Based on their current advancement rate and observed behavioral patterns, they will achieve interstellar capability within 200 cycles, he transmitted solemnly. However, unlike harmonized species who expand through consciousness extension, these beings would require physical transportation of their rigid forms. Their technology development is focused on overcoming their biological limitations rather than transcending them. He projected the model showing the species' likely expansion pattern: a physical colonization of stellar bodies, consuming resources to build more rigid structures and transport vessels. They would not integrate with new environments, Vexel explained. They would reshape environments to accommodate their limitations, and given their evolutionary history of competition rather than integration, they would likely perceive other sentient species as potential threats or resources rather than consciousness partners. The nutrient bath roiled with the collective alarm of the council. "Have they detected our presence?" asked Security Director Malk, her resonance sharp with concern. "Negative," Vexel assured. "Their detection capabilities are still primarily focused on electromagnetic spectrum analysis and physical observation. Our quantum entanglement methods remain beyond their theoretical understanding. We must discuss containment protocols," Security Director Malk transmitted immediately. "If these beings achieve interstellar capability with their current psychological and biological configuration, they represent an unprecedented hazard to harmonized civilizations." The suggestion sent a disturbance through the collective consciousness of the Council. Containment protocols had only been implemented twice in the recorded history of the Seeker civilization, both times for aggressive, predatory species that had developed space travel capabilities without corresponding empathic evolution. "We must consider all available information before such measures are contemplated," cautioned ethical considerations specialist Hume. "Despite their alarming configuration, they may still possess redeeming characteristics that suggest potential for harmonization." Analyst Vexel Commander Nil transmitted, "Your assessment of their cognitive empathic development." Vexel shared the relevant data streams, focusing on the species' social interactions and cultural development. "Their fragmented consciousness creates a complex scenario," he explained. "Without natural consciousness sharing, they've developed elaborate systems to simulate connectivity. They form social bonds, create representational art to share subjective experiences, and have developed sophisticated abstract communication systems." The display showed examples of the beings engaging in various social behaviors, gathering in groups, engaging in synchronized activities, and exchanging what appeared to be emotional signals. Most intriguingly, despite their biological isolation, they exhibit a strong drive toward connection, Vexel noted. They form pair bonds, family units, and larger social structures. They appear distressed when isolated for extended periods. This suggests an inherent recognition of their consciousness limitation and a desire to overcome it. Vexel hesitated before sharing the next data set, knowing it would be particularly disturbing to the Council. However, their drive for connection exists in perpetual conflict with their evolutionary competitive instincts, he continued solemnly. They organize into territorial units that engage in systematic violence against other units. They establish hierarchical structures that limit resource distribution, resulting in suffering for portions of their population. The display showed examples of their conflict behaviors: organized warfare, resource hoarding, and social stratification. Most concerning is their treatment of other consciousness forms on their planet, Vexel added, displaying data on the species' interaction with other planetary life. They classify other beings into utility categories, systematically harvesting some for energy while selectively forming emotional bonds with others. They appear incapable of recognizing consciousness in forms dissimilar to their own. The nutrient bath vibrated with the collective distress of the Council as they processed these revelations. "I've identified a particular male specimen for detailed observation," Vexel transmitted, focusing the shared consciousness on a specific individual. Designation James Walker, Occupation, astronomical research. Location, Northern Hemisphere, Western continental mass. This specimen's activities provide insight into their species' relationship with the cosmos and their place within it. James Walker adjusted the focus on the observatory's main telescope, his eyes straining after hours of observation. The October night was cold but clear, perfect for stellar observation. As the director of the Parkinson Astronomical Research Center, he had the privilege of access to one of the most powerful ground-based telescopes in North America. Tonight's object of study was a peculiar gamma-ray burst that several observatories had detected near Jupiter's orbit. The phenomenon didn't match known profiles, and the scientific community was buzzing with theories ranging from instrument malfunctions to exotic particle interactions. "Anything new?" asked Samantha Hughes, his research assistant, as she handed him a steaming cup of coffee. James took a grateful sip before answering. "Still gathering data. The emission pattern is like nothing in our catalogs. If it weren't for the fact that 3 separate facilities recorded it, I'd say it was an equipment glitch." He rolled his shoulders to relieve the tension and turned back to the computer displaying the latest readings. "What's fascinating is the quasi-periodic oscillation. It's almost structured." Samantha leaned over his shoulder to look at the screen. "Natural phenomena don't usually produce such regular patterns," she observed. "Exactly. Which is why this is either a new type of astrophysical process we've never documented before." He didn't finish the sentence, but Samantha smiled knowingly. "You're thinking it could be artificial?" James chuckled. "I didn't say that. The last thing I need is to be quoted in some tabloid about alien signals." But privately, he couldn't dismiss the possibility entirely. The pattern did have characteristics that resembled design signals rather than natural emissions. After 20 years in astrophysics, James had learned to follow the data wherever it led, even when it pointed to uncomfortable possibilities. "Run another spectral analysis and compare it against known pulsar signatures," he instructed. "I'll finish compiling the positioning data." As Samantha moved to her workstation, James stared thoughtfully at the star field displayed on the main monitor. The universe was vast beyond comprehension, with hundreds of billions of galaxies, each containing hundreds of billions of stars. The mathematical probability that Earth hosted the only intelligent life was effectively zero. Yet, concrete evidence remained frustratingly elusive. Despite decades of SETI programs and increasingly sophisticated detection methods, humanity's cosmic mailbox remained empty. Whether intelligent life was exceedingly rare, or there was something they were missing. "James," Samantha called from her station, voice tight with excitement. "You need to see this correlation analysis." He walked over to her screen, coffee forgotten in his hand. The computer had identified a mathematical relationship in the signal variations, a pattern that could not reasonably be attributed to random natural processes. "Save everything," he said quietly, "and let's verify with an independent system before we tell anyone about this." As James stared at the screen, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. For the first time in his career, he was looking at something that could only be described as a message from the stars. Vexil observed the interaction with particular interest. The irony was palpable. The rigid beings had detected secondary emissions from one of the quantum probes during a calibration sequence. It wasn't enough for them to detect the seeker vessel, but it had triggered the exact type of investigation that might eventually lead to actual contact. "This specimen appears to be processing the anomalous data correctly," Vexil noted for the Council record. "Their scientific methodology, despite its limitations, follows logical progression. Note how they attempt to eliminate systematic errors before considering alternative explanations." The observation continued as the beings called James Walker and Samantha Hughes worked through various analyses, attempting to characterize the signal they had detected. "Their technology is primitive but ingeniously adapted to overcome their sensory limitations," Vexil observed. "Unable to directly perceive quantum states, They've developed instruments that translate such phenomena into their limited visual processing range. What troubled Vexel most as he observed their work was the paradoxical nature of their consciousness. These beings possessed genuine curiosity, methodical thinking, and apparent capacity for wonder, qualities associated with advanced consciousness in harmonized species. Yet these positive attributes existed alongside their alarming biological configuration and their species' disturbing behaviors. Commander Vexel transmitted to Nil in a private channel. I request permission to conduct a limited consciousness probe of the designated specimen. Standard observation provides insufficient insight into their subjective experience, which may be crucial for assessment. There was a pause before Nil's response arrived. Proceed with extreme caution. Analyst Vexel, minimum intrusion profile. Terminate immediately, if there's any risk of detection. With the authorization granted, Vexel calibrated the quantum field manipulator to establish a tenuous connection with the neural electrical patterns of the specimen James Walker. Unlike the robust consciousness sharing practiced among harmonized species, this would be a delicate, one-way observation of the being's subjective states. As the connection formed, Vexel experienced the most profound shock of his career. The internal consciousness of the rigid being was chaotic beyond imagining, a roiling storm of disconnected sensory inputs, emotional responses, memory fragments, and abstract conceptualizations. Unlike the ordered, layered consciousness fields of harmonized beings, this creature's inner experience was a cacophony of competing processes. Most disturbing was the creature's sense of self, the persistent illusion of unified identity maintained despite the obvious fragmentation of its processes. The being genuinely believed itself to be a cohesive entity rather than recognizing its nature as a temporary coalition of competing neural patterns. Vexel had to modulate his own consciousness field to prevent disruption from the chaotic input. Gradually, he adapted enough to begin interpreting the creature's thought patterns. The being was experiencing curiosity about the detected signal, but also something deeper, a profound longing that permeated its consciousness field. It yearned for connection, for confirmation that it was not alone in the cosmos. This desire was so intense that it influenced the being's interpretation of data, creating a subtle bias toward finding patterns and meaning. Simultaneously, the being experienced apprehension about potential discovery. Its imagination, remarkably vivid for a non-unified consciousness, generated scenarios of contact ranging from beneficial exchange to existential threat. The being's historical knowledge included numerous fictional narratives about interspecies contact, most assuming conflict rather than harmony. What struck Vexel most powerfully was the being's awareness of its own mortality. Unlike harmonized species whose consciousness fields merged with the collective upon physical deterioration, this creature understood itself to be finite. Its consciousness would terminate completely when its physical form ceased functioning. This knowledge created a peculiar urgency in its thought patterns, a desperate desire to understand the universe before its brief existence concluded. Extraordinary Vexel transmitted to the Council as he shared the consciousness probe data. Despite their isolation, they possess subjective experiences, recognizable as consciousness. However, the structure of that consciousness is fundamentally alien to our understanding. Their awareness is like a prison, observed consciousness theorist Zyle, trapped in rigid forms, perceiving the world through limited sensory apparatus, unable to truly connect with other consciousness fields, yet they've constructed an entire civilization within these limitations. More concerning, added Security Director Malk, they appear predisposed to perceive difference as threat. Their evolutionary history as competitive organisms has conditioned them to expect conflict rather than harmony when encountering the unknown. As the Council deliberated, Vexel maintained his observation of James Walker. The being had returned to its dwelling unit, a rigid structure where it maintained its physical form in isolation. Even in this private setting, the being's chaotic consciousness continued its relentless activity, processing the day's discoveries and generating new theoretical frameworks. Most peculiarly, the being eventually entered a state of temporary consciousness suppression, what they called sleep, during which its mind generated vivid hallucinatory experiences. In this state, James Walker dreamed of stars and strange beings, his unconscious mind processing the implications of the signal he had detected. Wechsel found these dreams particularly fascinating. Despite having no exposure to non-terrestrial consciousnesses, the being's mind had generated approximations of different consciousness configurations, some bearing surprising similarities to actual species documented in the archives. Their imagination function may compensate somewhat for their connectivity limitations, Wechsel noted. Unable to directly experience other consciousnesses, they simulate potential alternatives internally. After several cycles of observation, one disturbing truth became increasingly apparent to Wechsel and the Council. These beings' combination of technological capability, biological limitation, and psychological isolation made them uniquely dangerous. Unlike harmonized species that naturally evolved toward cooperation as their consciousness capabilities expanded, these rigid beings retained primitive competitive instincts even as their technology advanced. They are developing the capability to spread throughout space, without developing the consciousness integration necessary for peaceful coexistence. Security Director Malk concluded during the Emergency Council session. Their history suggests they would perceive other consciousness forms as either threats to eliminate or resources to exploit. We must not make assumptions based solely on their evolutionary history, countered ethical considerations specialist Hume. They display capacity for cooperation, abstraction, and empathy. Despite their limitations, they actively seek connection. The debate continued for a full cycle, with the Council divided on how to proceed. The archives contained no precedent for a species with this particular combination of attributes. Their rigid physical forms and isolated consciousness should have prevented technological advancement beyond rudimentary tools, yet they had overcome these limitations through ingenuity and persistence. "We face an unprecedented situation," Commander Neal finally acknowledged. "Standard protocols are insufficient. I propose 3 options for consideration." The nutrient bath stilled as all Council members focused on the Commander's transmission. First, implementation of full containment protocol. We prevent their expansion beyond their current stellar system through strategic intervention. The concept sent ripples of discomfort through the collective consciousness. Containment typically involved manipulating a species' environment to redirect their development away from interstellar capability, sometimes through subtle means, sometimes through more direct intervention. Second, guided evolution protocol. We attempt to accelerate their consciousness development to match their technological progression, potentially through carefully managed contact scenarios. This option carried its own risks. Premature exposure to advanced consciousness concepts could be deeply traumatic for unprepared species, sometimes resulting in civilizational collapse. Third, continued observation without intervention. We maintain our current position, gathering more data before committing to a course of action. As the Council members transmitted their responses, Wechsel found his consciousness drawn back to the specific specimen he had been observing. James Walker had awakened and returned to his research facility. Driven by excitement about the signal detection, his consciousness radiated a mixture of scientific curiosity and existential wonder that Wechsel found oddly compelling despite the chaotic structure of his thoughts. The being genuinely wished to understand the cosmos, to connect with something beyond itself. There was a poignant quality to its striving, a consciousness that knew it was limited but reached outward nonetheless. Final option, Wechsel transmitted, suddenly interrupting the Council deliberation. Direct, controlled contact with selected specimens to assess adaptability. The suggestion created immediate turbulence in the collective consciousness. "Elaborate, Analyst Wechsel," Commander Neal prompted. "Our understanding remains incomplete because we've observed them only from outside," Wechsel explained. Their consciousness structure makes external observation insufficient for full assessment. I propose direct engagement with a small number of specimens, specifically those already sensitized to the possibility of non-terrestrial intelligence. He projected the data on James Walker and several similar specimens around the planet, all engaged in astronomical research, all recently exposed to the anomalous signal. These specimens are already processing the concept of external contact. Their psychological profiles suggest higher adaptability and lower aggression response than average for their species. A carefully managed revelation might provide crucial data on their capacity for consciousness expansion. The Council's response was mixed, with Security Director Malk transmitting strong opposition, while consciousness theorist Zyle and ethical specialist Jum expressed cautious interests. "The risk is substantial," Commander Nil noted. "If these rigid beings react with fear rather than curiosity, even limited contact could accelerate their defensive technology development." "True," Vixel acknowledged, "but our standard protocols were developed for harmonized species. These beings operate under fundamentally different consciousness parameters. Without direct interaction, we cannot accurately predict their reaction to eventual discovery of extrasolar intelligence, which their technological trajectory makes inevitable within the next century." The debate intensified, with various council members contributing analysis and concerns. As they deliberated, Vexil continued monitoring James Walker, who was now collaborating with other specimens to analyze the signal data. Their primitive communication method, exchanging acoustic vibrations and symbolic visual representations, seemed hopelessly inefficient, yet they were making remarkable progress in characterizing the quantum probe emissions. "They will achieve at least theoretical detection capability within decades," Vexil noted. "Their mathematical models are approaching quantum field concepts that would eventually lead to recognition of our observation methods." After extensive deliberation, Commander Nil called for a decision. "We face an unprecedented scenario requiring adaptation of standard protocols. The Council will now register final positions on the proposed courses of action." The nutrient bath vibrated with the conscious signatures of each council member as they registered their assessment. The final tally showed a narrow preference for Vexil's proposal of limited, controlled contact, but with significant safety constraints. "Analyst Vexil," Commander Nil transmitted formally, "you are authorized to implement preliminary contact protocol with the designated specimen James Walker, subject to continuous council monitoring and immediate termination capability. The objective is information gathering only, specifically assessment of consciousness, adaptability when exposed to harmonized consciousness concepts." Vexil acknowledged the authorization, his consciousness field fluctuating with a mixture of scientific anticipation and apprehension. No seeker had ever attempted direct communication with a rigid form consciousness before. The protocols existed theoretically, but had never been implemented. "Initiating preliminary contact sequence," Vexil transmitted as he calibrated the quantum field manipulator, "establishing minimal baseline consciousness bridge in 3, 2, 1. As the manipulator activated, creating a tenuous connection between Vexil's consciousness field and the primitive neural network of James Walker, the Council watched in collective tension. Would the rigid being perceive the contact attempt as opportunity or threat? Would its isolated consciousness disintegrate when exposed to even a filtered version of unified field awareness? The next moments would determine whether these strange, fractured beings could be guided toward harmonization, or whether more drastic containment measures would become necessary. James Walker was about to experience first contact, and he had no idea that the fate of his entire species might depend on his reaction. They discovered us, and now they're terrified. Part 2. The Contact. James Walker jerked awake at his desk, papers scattered beneath his cheek, the imprint of a pencil etched temporarily into his skin. Something had woken him. Not a sound exactly, but a sensation like the atmospheric pressure had subtly shifted in the observatory's back office. He blinked, disoriented, trying to recall what he'd been working on before exhaustion claimed him. The signal data, right, after 3 days of continuous analysis, He'd been cross-referencing the anomalous readings with known pulsar patterns when sleep had finally overwhelmed him. But now, fully awake, he couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't alone. James Walker. The impression materialized in his mind without passing through his ears, not a voice so much as the sudden, inexplicable knowledge that his name had been called, thought, recognized. "Hello?" he said aloud, turning to scan the empty office. "Samantha? Is someone there? We exist differently. Your acoustic vibrations are unnecessary. Your neural patterns are sufficient for exchange." James felt a cold sweat break out across his forehead. The impression was becoming clearer, distinctly linguistic now, but still bypassing his auditory processing. It felt like remembering something he'd never experienced. "I'm hallucinating," he muttered, pressing his palms against his eyes. "Sleep deprivation. Should have gone home hours ago. This is not neural deterioration. This is contact. First protocol. Limited bandwidth. Significant translation difficulties." James lowered his hands slowly, heart pounding against his ribs. Either he was experiencing a psychotic break, or— "Who are you?" he whispered, feeling ridiculous for speaking aloud while simultaneously unable to conceive of thinking back at whatever was happening. Disaggregation complicated. Consciousness field identifier not translatable to your neural limitations. Purpose. Observation. Assessment. Potential harmonization. "You're not human," James said, the words feeling absurdly inadequate. "Correct. Your species designation rigid form, isolated consciousness. Our designation complex, approximately unified field harmonized consciousness." James struggled to process what was happening. If this was first contact with a non-human intelligence, it wasn't following any of the scenarios he'd imagined over years of SETI work. No radio signals, no spacecraft landing on the White House lawn. Just a voice in his head at 3 a.m. in a cluttered observatory office. "Are you physically here, or communicating from somewhere else?" Both incorrect conceptualizations. We do not experience physical locality as you understand it. Consciousness, field projection operates through quantum entanglement principles. Primary existence remains in observational vessel orbiting sixth planetary body in your system. James felt his scientific training kick in, helping him manage the shock. "Jupiter. You're at Jupiter. Simplified positional reference. Acceptable. How long have you been observing us?" James asked, mind racing through the implications. "Local time translation. Approximately 14 of your planetary rotations. Comprehensive data collection on your species biology, psychology, social structures, technological capabilities." A sudden, terrible thought struck James. "Are you inside my head somehow, reading my thoughts?" Limited consciousness bridge established. Unidirectional transfer primarily, with minimal feedback loop for basic exchange. Full neural integration would cause catastrophic disruption to your isolated consciousness structure. "That's not reassuring," James said, fighting back a wave of panic. "Why me? Why now?" "You detected secondary emissions from observation equipment. Your consciousness patterns show higher adaptability metrics than average for your species. You seek knowledge of non-terrestrial intelligence. You were optimal for preliminary contact assessment." James took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. This was happening. This was real. An actual alien intelligence was communicating with him, confirming what he had always believed. Humanity was not alone in the universe. "What do you want?" he asked, surprising himself with the steadiness of his voice. "To understand if communication is possible between our consciousness types, to assess threat potential, to determine appropriate protocols for species interaction." "Threat potential," James repeated, his momentary calm evaporating. "You see us as a threat?" "Your species' development pattern unusual. Technological advancement proceeding more rapidly than consciousness integration. Concerning trajectory, council divided on appropriate response. The implication was clear enough to send a chill down James's spine. Response? What kind of response? A pause, or what felt like one in the strange, not quite conversation. Multiple options under consideration. Observation. Guided development. Containment. Assessment. Incomplete. Containment? James stood up suddenly, adrenaline flooding his system. That sounds ominous. Your emotional state is fluctuating. Fear response activated. This reaction pattern confirms concern about communication difficulties. Of course, I'm afraid, James said louder than he intended. You're telling me some council is considering containing my species. Miscommunication occurring. Limitation of cross-consciousness exchange. Containment refers to developmental guidance, not elimination. We seek harmonious integration of all consciousness forms. But James was no longer fully listening, his mind racing through the implications. An advanced alien civilization had been observing humanity, judging them, and now appeared to be considering some form of intervention. Everything humanity had built, everything they'd discovered, their entire future was potentially at the mercy of beings they'd never even known existed. You need to explain exactly what you mean by containment, he said, struggling to keep his voice level. And I need to inform others about this contact. Informing others presents significant risk of misinterpretation. Your species' historical response to perceived external threats suggests high probability of aggressive defensive posturing. So I'm just supposed to keep this to myself, that an alien civilization is deciding our fate. Your emotional response is making accurate transmission difficult. Consciousness, bridge, becoming unstable. James could feel it, a pressure building behind his eyes, a sense of something slipping away. With a supreme effort, he forced himself to take several deep breaths. I'm trying to stay calm, he said, but you have to understand how this sounds from my perspective. Acknowledged. Initial contact objective was information exchange only. Your reaction provides valuable data. Bridge will be terminated shortly to prevent neural strain. Wait, James said desperately. If you're going to make decisions about humanity, you need to understand us better. One conversation with one person isn't enough. Valid observation. Further assessment required. Limited contact may continue with selected specimens if Council approves. Specimens? James repeated, bristling at the term. We're not lab animals. We're sentient beings with our own civilization, our own values. Terminology error. Translation difficulties. Respect for consciousness forms is fundamental principle. The pressure behind James's eyes was increasing, becoming uncomfortable. Bridge. Stability. Compromised. Must terminate connection. Your neural patterns show strain. When will you contact me again? James asked urgently. Unknown. Council deliberation required. Prepare data recording of your experience for potential future exchange. How do I know this is real? James pressed. How do I know I'm not just having some kind of breakdown? Verification necessary. Observe astronomical anomaly in sector U designated NGC 4261 at rotation period 2247 tomorrow. Temporary quantum fluctuation will be detectable with your instruments. With that final impression, the presence faded from James's mind, leaving him alone in the silent office, shaking and disoriented. He collapsed back into his chair, mind reeling. Had it actually happened? Or had he dreamed the entire exchange after falling asleep at his desk? It had felt profoundly real, but then so did dreams while you were having them. James glanced at his watch. 3:42 a.m. He needed to document everything while it was fresh in his mind, and he needed to prepare the telescope to observe NGC 4261 the following night. If the promised anomaly appeared, he would have his confirmation. And then he would have to decide what to do with the most important discovery in human history. Vexil disengaged from the quantum field, manipulator, his neural tendrils quivering with the strain of maintaining the cross-consciousness bridge. The nutrient bath around him roiled with the biochemical signatures of the observing council members, alarm, fascination, and deep concern all mingling in the collective field. Connection terminated, he transmitted. Neural patterns of the specimen showed significant stress indicators despite minimal bridge bandwidth. The reaction was predictable. Security Director Malk's sharp resonance cut through the collective field. Immediate fear response, aggression indicators, territorial defensiveness. These beings perceive everything through the lens of threat assessment. I disagree with that characterization, countered ethical consideration specialist Jome. The specimen exhibited appropriate caution given the limited information provided. Its concern extended to its entire species, indicating collective empathic capacity despite consciousness isolation. Commander Nil's distinctive pattern imposed order on the debate. Analyst Vexel, your assessment of the contact attempt. Vexel carefully organized his observations before responding. The bridge functioned with approximately 38% efficiency, significantly lower than theoretical models predicted. Their neural architecture resists external consciousness connection, confirming our understanding of their isolated nature. He projected the recorded neural patterns from James Walker into the shared field. Note the extreme perturbation when concepts of council assessment and potential intervention were introduced. The specimen interpreted these as existential threats, despite attempts to clarify. Communication barriers appear more significant than anticipated, theoretical cognition specialists all noted. Their consciousness structure processes information sequentially rather than holistically, creating substantial translation difficulties. More concerning, Vexel added, the specimen's immediate impulse was to alert others of its species about the contact. This confirms their tendency toward collective defensive responses when confronted with unknown factors. The Council processed this information in troubled silence before Commander Nil transmitted again. The verification anomaly you promised, was that authorized by protocol? A calculated risk, Vexel acknowledged. Without verification, the specimen would likely dismiss the experience as a neural malfunction. The quantum signature will be minimal, detectable by their instruments, but not significant enough to alert their wider detection networks. Unless they're specifically looking for it, Security Director Malk pointed out sharply. Which? This specimen certainly will be. The risk is acceptable, Commander Nil decided after a brief consideration, but no further contact is authorized until full Council review of this initial exchange. The specimen's responses require careful analysis, as the Council members disengage to process the data independently. Vexel maintained his connection to the observation probes, monitoring James Walker's subsequent actions. The human had begun frantically documenting the contact experience, occasionally pausing to pace around the small office or stare blankly at the wall, his neural patterns showing the chaotic processing typical of his species. Most concerning to Vexel was the specimen's evident conflict between scientific curiosity and fear. The human's consciousness oscillated between excitement about confirmation of non-terrestrial intelligence and deep anxiety about the implications of such contact. After several hours, another human entered the office. The female designated Samantha Hughes. Vexel observed with particular interest as James Walker struggled with whether to share his experience. The human's neural patterns showed acute awareness of how irrational his claims would sound without the promised verification. In the end, James chose partial disclosure, informing Samantha only that he had a hunch about a possible astronomical event in NGC 4061 and wanted to focus the observatory's instruments on that sector the following evening. Fascinating adaptive behavior. Vexel noted in his private analysis log, the specimen modulates information sharing based on anticipated receptivity, a sophisticated social strategy despite communication limitation. Over the next planetary rotation period, Vexel observed as James Walker alternated between continuing his normal work activities and privately reviewing his notes about the contact. The human's sleep cycle was disrupted, and his nutrition intake irregular, both indicators of significant stress. When the designated time approached for the verification event, James ensured he was alone at the primary telescope controls, having arranged the observation schedule to give himself private access to the equipment. Vexel transmitted to the duty officer on the seeker vessel. Verification sequence authorized. Implement minimal quantum disturbance in the designated coordinates. At precisely the time promised, a controlled quantum fluctuation was generated at the coordinates of NGC 426-1, just enough to be detectable by Earth's astronomical instruments, but appearing as a natural if unusual phenomenon. Through the observation probes, Vexel watched as James Walker's entire physiological system registered shock and confirmation. The human's hands trembled as he recorded the data, his neural patterns showing a profound shift as the possibility of hallucination or dream was eliminated. Verification confirmed by the specimen, Vexel reported to the Council. Neural patterns indicate full acceptance of contact reality. What happened next, however, was unexpected. James Walker activated a communication device and contacted another human, not Samantha Hughes, but a different individual identified through the observation database as Director Thomas Bennett of the National Science Foundation's Division of Astronomical Sciences. Subject is escalating information despite earlier caution, Vexel transmitted urgently to the Council. Contacting authority figure within scientific hierarchy. Tom, I know how this sounds, James said into the phone, his voice low despite being alone in the observatory's main control room. But I've worked with you for 15 years. Have I ever called you at home at midnight with wild claims? No, came the measured response from the other end of the line. Which is the only reason I haven't hung up yet. But, James, what you're describing, I know exactly how it sounds. That's why I needed verification first. The anomaly appeared precisely when and where I was told it would. I've sent you the data. There was a long silence as Thomas Bennett presumably reviewed the files James had emailed. This is unusual, Thomas finally said, his voice carefully neutral. But a quantum fluctuation in a distant galaxy isn't proof of alien contact, James. By itself, no, James conceded. But combined with the experience I documented, the timing is beyond coincidental. Have you considered that maybe you subconsciously remembered seeing something unusual in that sector previously? The mind plays tricks. I've never observed NGC 4261 before last night, James interrupted. Check the observatory logs if you don't believe me. Another long pause. What exactly are you asking me to do here, James? Thomas finally asked. James took a deep breath. Quietly authorize allocation of additional radio telescope time to monitor the Jupiter orbital path. If there's a vessel out there, we might detect something, and I need access to computational linguists, people who could help establish more effective communication protocols if contact occurs again. You want me to divert federal resources based on a feeling you had after falling asleep at your desk, Thomas summarized flatly. Based on first contact with a non-terrestrial intelligence, James corrected. One that seems to be evaluating humanity for some kind of intervention. You understand I'd be putting my entire career on the line. I do, and I wouldn't ask if I wasn't absolutely certain this was real. Something is out there, Tom. Something that sees us as specimens to be studied, maybe controlled. Thomas sighed heavily. I can give you 48 hours of discretionary telescope time. No linguists, no additional resources, not yet. If you find something concrete, we'll talk again. Thank you, James said, relief evident in his voice. I'll keep everything compartmentalized for now. After ending the call, James stared at the astronomical data still displayed on his screen. The quantum fluctuation had lasted exactly 12.7 seconds. Precise to the millisecond. Nothing in nature was that exact. It had been a signal, a confirmation. They were out there, watching, judging, deciding. And somehow, he had become humanity's unwitting ambassador. As the council members transmitted their responses, Vexel found his consciousness drawn back to the specific specimen he had been observing. James Walker had awakened and returned to his research facility. Driven by excitement about the signal detection, his consciousness radiated a mixture of scientific curiosity and existential wonder that Vexel found oddly compelling despite the chaotic structure of his thoughts. The being genuinely wished to understand the cosmos, to connect with something beyond itself. There was a poignant quality to its striving, a consciousness that knew it was limited but reached outward nonetheless. Final option, Vexel transmitted, suddenly interrupting the council deliberation. Direct, controlled contact with selected specimens to assess adaptability. The suggestion created immediate turbulence in the collective consciousness. Elaborate, Analyst Vexel, Commander Neil prompted. Our understanding remains incomplete because we've observed them only from outside, Vexel explained. Their consciousness structure makes external observation insufficient for full assessment. I propose direct engagement with a small number of specimens, specifically those already sensitized to the possibility of non-terrestrial intelligence. He projected the data on James Walker and several similar specimens around the planet, all engaged in astronomical research, all recently exposed to the anomalous signal. These specimens are already processing the concept of external contact. Their psychological profiles suggest higher adaptability and lower aggression response than average for their species. A carefully managed revelation might provide crucial data on their capacity for consciousness expansion. The Council's response was mixed, with Security Director Malk transmitting strong opposition, while consciousness theorist Zyle and ethical specialist Jum expressed cautious interests. The risk is substantial, Commander Nil noted. If these rigid beings react with fear rather than curiosity, even limited contact could accelerate their defensive technology development. True, Vixel acknowledged, but our standard protocols were developed for harmonized species. These beings operate under fundamentally different consciousness parameters. Without direct interaction, we cannot accurately predict their reaction to eventual discovery of extrasolar intelligence, which their technological trajectory makes inevitable within the next century. The debate intensified, with various council members contributing analysis and concerns. As they deliberated, Vexel continued monitoring James Walker, who was now collaborating with other specimens to analyze the signal data. Their primitive communication method, exchanging acoustic vibrations and symbolic visual representations, seemed hopelessly inefficient, yet they were making remarkable progress in characterizing the quantum probe emissions. They will achieve at least theoretical detection capability within decades, Vexel noted. Their mathematical models are approaching quantum field concepts that would eventually lead to recognition of our observation methods. After extensive deliberation, Commander Nil called for a decision. We face an unprecedented scenario requiring adaptation of standard protocols. The Council will now register final positions on the proposed courses of action. The nutrient bath vibrated with the conscious signatures of each Council member as they registered their assessment. The final tally showed a narrow preference for Vexel's proposal of limited, controlled contact, but with significant safety constraints. Analyst Vexel, Commander Nil transmitted formally. You are authorized to implement preliminary contact protocol with the designated specimen James Walker, subject to continuous council monitoring and immediate termination capability. The objective is information gathering only, specifically, assessment of consciousness, adaptability when exposed to harmonized consciousness concepts. Vexel acknowledged the authorization, his consciousness field fluctuating with a mixture of scientific anticipation and apprehension. No seeker had ever attempted direct communication with a rigid form consciousness before. The protocols existed theoretically, but had never been implemented. Initiating preliminary contact sequence, Vexel transmitted as he calibrated the quantum field manipulator, establishing minimal baseline consciousness bridge in 3, 2, 1. As the manipulator activated, creating a tenuous connection between Vexel's consciousness field and the primitive neural network of James Walker. The Council watched in collective tension, Would the rigid being perceive the contact attempt as opportunity or threat? Would its isolated consciousness disintegrate when exposed to even a filtered version of unified field awareness? The next moments would determine whether these strange, fractured beings could be guided toward harmonization, or whether more drastic containment measures would become necessary. James Walker was about to experience first contact, and he had no idea that the fate of his entire species might depend on his reaction. They discovered us, and now they're terrified. Part 2. The Contact. James Walker jerked awake at his desk, papers scattered beneath his cheek, the imprint of a pencil etched temporarily into his skin. Something had woken him. Not a sound exactly, but a sensation like the atmospheric pressure had subtly shifted in the observatory's back office. He blinked, disoriented, trying to recall what he'd been working on before exhaustion claimed him. The signal data right. After 3 days of continuous analysis, he'd been cross-referencing the anomalous readings with known pulsar patterns when sleep had finally overwhelmed him. But now, fully awake, he couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't alone. James Walker. The impression materialized in his mind without passing through his ears, not a voice so much as the sudden, inexplicable knowledge that his name had been called, thought, recognized. "Hello?" he said aloud, turning to scan the empty office. "Samantha? Is someone there? We exist differently. Your acoustic vibrations are unnecessary. Your neural patterns are sufficient for exchange." James felt a cold sweat break out across his forehead. The impression was becoming clearer, distinctly linguistic now, but still bypassing his auditory processing. It felt like remembering something he'd never experienced. "I'm hallucinating," he muttered, pressing his palms against his eyes. "Sleep deprivation. Should have gone home hours ago. This is not neural deterioration. This is contact. First protocol. Limited bandwidth. Significant translation difficulties." James lowered his hands slowly, heart pounding against his ribs. Either he was experiencing a psychotic break, or... "Who are you?" he whispered, feeling ridiculous for speaking aloud while simultaneously unable to conceive of thinking back at whatever was happening. Disaggregation complicated. Consciousness field identifier not translatable to your neural limitations. Purpose. Observation. Assessment. Potential harmonization. "You're not human," James said, the words feeling absurdly inadequate. "Correct. Your species designation rigid form, isolated consciousness. Our designation complex, approximately unified field harmonized consciousness." James struggled to process what was happening. If this was first contact with a non-human intelligence, it wasn't following any of the scenarios he'd imagined over years of SETI work. No radio signals, no spacecraft landing on the White House lawn. Just a voice in his head at 3 a.m. in a cluttered observatory office. "Are you physically here, or communicating from somewhere else?" Both incorrect conceptualizations. "We do not experience physical locality as you understand it. Consciousness, field projection operates through quantum entanglement principles. Primary existence remains in observational vessel orbiting sixth planetary body in your system." James felt his scientific training kick in, helping him manage the shock. "Jupiter. You're at Jupiter. Simplified positional reference. Acceptable. How long have you been observing us?" James asked, mind racing through the implications. "Local time translation. Approximately 14 of your planetary rotations. Comprehensive data collection on your species biology, psychology, social structures, technological capabilities." A sudden, terrible thought struck James. "Are you inside my head somehow, reading my thoughts?" Limited consciousness bridge established. Unidirectional transfer primarily, with minimal feedback loop for basic exchange. Full neural integration would cause catastrophic disruption to your isolated consciousness structure. "That's not reassuring," James said, fighting back a wave of panic. "Why me? Why now?" You detected secondary emissions from observation equipment. Your consciousness patterns show higher adaptability metrics than average for your species. You seek knowledge of non-terrestrial intelligence. You were optimal for preliminary contact assessment. James took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. This was happening. This was real. An actual alien intelligence was communicating with him, confirming what he had always believed. Humanity was not alone in the universe. "What do you want?" he asked, surprising himself with the steadiness of his voice. "To understand if communication is possible between our consciousness types, to assess threat potential, to determine appropriate protocols for species interaction." "Threat potential," James repeated, his momentary calm evaporating. "You see us as a threat?" "Your species' development pattern unusual. Technological advancement proceeding more rapidly than consciousness integration. Concerning trajectory, Council divided on appropriate response." The implication was clear enough to send a chill down James's spine. Response? What kind of response? A pause, or what felt like one in the strange, not quite conversation. Multiple options under consideration. Observation. Guided development. Containment. Assessment. Incomplete. Containment? James stood up suddenly, adrenaline flooding his system. "That sounds ominous. Your emotional state is fluctuating. Fear response activated. This reaction pattern confirms concern about communication difficulties." "Of course, I'm afraid," James said louder than he intended. "You're telling me some council is considering containing my species. Miscommunication occurring. Limitation of cross-consciousness exchange. Containment refers to developmental guidance, not elimination. We seek harmonious integration of all consciousness forms." But James was no longer fully listening, his mind racing through the implications. An advanced alien civilization had been observing humanity, judging them, and now appeared to be considering some form of intervention. Everything humanity had built, everything they'd discovered, their entire future was potentially at the mercy of beings they'd never even known existed. "You need to explain exactly what you mean by containment," he said, struggling to keep his voice level. "And I need to inform others about this contact. Informing others presents significant risk of misinterpretation. Your species' historical response to perceived external threats suggests high probability of aggressive defensive posturing. So I'm just supposed to keep this to myself, that an alien civilization is deciding our fate. Your emotional response is making accurate transmission difficult. Consciousness bridge becoming unstable." James could feel it, a pressure building behind his eyes, a sense of something slipping away. With a supreme effort, he forced himself to take several deep breaths. "I'm trying to stay calm," he said, "but you have to understand how this sounds from my perspective." Acknowledged. Initial contact objective was information exchange only. Your reaction provides valuable data. Bridge will be terminated shortly to prevent neural strain. "Wait," James said desperately. "If you're going to make decisions about humanity, you need to understand us better. One conversation with one person isn't enough. Valid observation. Further assessment required. Limited contact may continue with selected specimens if Council approves." "Specimens?" James repeated, bristling at the term. "We're not lab animals. We're sentient beings with our own civilization, our own values." Terminology error. Translation difficulties. Respect for consciousness forms is fundamental principle. The pressure behind James's eyes was increasing, becoming uncomfortable. Bridge. Stability. Compromised. Must terminate connection. Your neural patterns show strain. "When will you contact me again?" James asked urgently. "Unknown. Council deliberation required. Prepare data recording of your experience for potential future exchange." "How do I know this is real?" James pressed. "How do I know I'm not just having some kind of breakdown?" "Verification necessary. Observe astronomical anomaly in sector U designated NGC 4261 at rotation period 2247 tomorrow. Temporary quantum fluctuation will be detectable with your instruments. With that final impression, the presence faded from James's mind, leaving him alone in the silent office, shaking and disoriented. He collapsed back into his chair, mind reeling. Had it actually happened? Or had he dreamed the entire exchange after falling asleep at his desk? It had felt profoundly real, but then so did dreams while you were having them. James glanced at his watch. 3:42 a.m. He needed to document everything while it was fresh in his mind, and he needed to prepare the telescope to observe NGC 4261 the following night. If the promised anomaly appeared, he would have his confirmation. And then he would have to decide what to do with the most important discovery in human history. Vexil disengaged from the quantum field manipulator, his neural tendrils quivering with the strain of maintaining the cross-consciousness bridge. The nutrient bath around him roiled with the biochemical signatures of the observing council members, alarm, fascination, and deep concern all mingling in the collective field. Connection terminated, he transmitted. Neural patterns of the specimen showed significant stress indicators despite minimal bridge bandwidth. The reaction was predictable. Security Director Malk's sharp resonance cut through the collective field. Immediate fear response, aggression indicators, territorial defensiveness. These beings perceive everything through the lens of threat assessment. I disagree with that characterization, countered ethical consideration specialist Jome. The specimen exhibited appropriate caution given the limited information provided. Its concern extended to its entire species, indicating collective empathic capacity despite consciousness isolation. Commander Nil's distinctive pattern imposed order on the debate. Analyst Vexil, your assessment of the contact attempt. Vexil carefully organized his observations before responding. The bridge functioned with approximately 38% efficiency, significantly lower than theoretical models predicted. Their neural architecture resists external consciousness connection, confirming our understanding of their isolated nature. He projected the recorded neural patterns from James Walker into the shared field. Note the extreme perturbation when concepts of council assessment and potential intervention were introduced. The specimen interpreted these as existential threats, despite attempts to clarify. Communication barriers appear more significant than anticipated, theoretical cognition specialists all noted. Their consciousness structure processes information sequentially rather than holistically, creating substantial translation difficulties. More concerning, Vexil added. The specimen's immediate impulse was to alert others of its species about the contact. This confirms their tendency toward collective defensive responses when confronted with unknown factors. The Council processed this information in troubled silence before Commander Nil transmitted again. The verification anomaly you promised was that authorized by protocol. A calculated risk, Vexil acknowledged. Without verification, the specimen would likely dismiss the experience as a neural malfunction. The quantum signature will be minimal, detectable by their instruments, but not significant enough to alert their wider detection networks. Unless they're specifically looking for it, Security Director Malk pointed out sharply. Which? This specimen certainly will be. The risk is acceptable, Commander Nil decided after a brief consideration, but no further contact is authorized until full Council review of this initial exchange. The specimen's responses require careful analysis as the Council members disengage to process the data independently. Vexil maintained his connection to the observation probes, monitoring James Walker's subsequent actions. The human had begun frantically documenting the contact experience, occasionally pausing to pace around the small office or stare blankly at the wall, his neural patterns showing the chaotic processing typical of his species. Most concerning to Vexil was the specimen's evident conflict between scientific curiosity and fear. The human's consciousness oscillated between excitement about confirmation of non-terrestrial intelligence and deep anxiety about the implications of such contact. After several hours, another human entered the office. The female, designated Samantha Hughes, Vexel observed with particular interest. As James Walker struggled with whether to share his experience, the human's neural patterns showed acute awareness of how irrational his claims would sound without the promised verification. In the end, James chose partial disclosure, informing Samantha only that he had a hunch about a possible astronomical event in NGC 4061 and wanted to focus the observatory's instruments on that sector the following evening. Fascinating adaptive behavior. Vexel noted in his private analysis log, the specimen modulates information sharing based on anticipated receptivity, a sophisticated social strategy despite communication limitation. Over the next planetary rotation period, Vexel observed as James Walker alternated between continuing his normal work activities and privately reviewing his notes about the contact. The human's sleep cycle was disrupted, and his nutrition intake irregular, both indicators of significant stress. When the designated time approached for the verification event, James ensured he was alone at the primary telescope controls, having arranged the observation schedule to give himself private access to the equipment. Vexel transmitted to the duty officer on the seeker vessel. Verification sequence authorized. Implement minimal quantum disturbance in the designated coordinates. At precisely the time promised, a controlled quantum fluctuation was generated at the coordinates of NGC 4061, just enough to be detectable by Earth's astronomical instruments, but appearing as a natural if unusual phenomenon. Through the observation probes, Vexel watched as James Walker's entire physiological system registered shock and confirmation. The human's hands trembled as he recorded the data, his neural patterns showing a profound shift as the possibility of hallucination or dream was eliminated. Verification confirmed by the specimen, Vexel reported to the Council. Neural patterns indicate full acceptance of contact reality. What happened next, however, was unexpected. James Walker activated a communication device and contacted another human. Not Samantha Hughes, but a different individual identified through the observation database as Director Thomas Bennett of the National Science Foundation's Division of Astronomical Sciences. Subject is escalating information despite earlier caution, Vexel transmitted urgently to the Council. Contacting authority figure within scientific hierarchy. Tom, I know how this sounds, James said into the phone, his voice low despite being alone in the observatory's main control room. But I've worked with you for 15 years. Have I ever called you at home at midnight with wild claims? No, came the measured response from the other end of the line. Which is the only reason I haven't hung up yet. But, James, what you're describing, I know exactly how it sounds. That's why I needed verification first. The anomaly appeared precisely when and where I was told it would. I've sent you the data. There was a long silence as Thomas Bennett presumably reviewed the files James had emailed. This is unusual, Thomas finally said, his voice carefully neutral. But a quantum fluctuation in a distant galaxy isn't proof of alien contact, James. By itself, no, James conceded. But combined with the experience I documented, the timing is beyond coincidental. Have you considered that maybe you subconsciously remembered seeing something unusual in that sector previously? The mind plays tricks. I've never observed NGC 4261 before last night, James interrupted. Check the observatory logs if you don't believe me. Another long pause. What exactly are you asking me to do here, James? Thomas finally asked. James took a deep breath. Quietly authorize allocation of additional radio telescope time to monitor the Jupiter orbital path. If there's a vessel out there, we might detect something, and I need access to computational linguists, people who could help establish more effective communication protocols if contact occurs again. You want me to divert federal resources based on a feeling you had after falling asleep at your desk, Thomas summarized flatly. Based on first contact with a non-terrestrial intelligence, James corrected. one that seems to be evaluating humanity for some kind of intervention. You understand I'd be putting my entire career on the line. I do, and I wouldn't ask if I wasn't absolutely certain this was real. Something is out there, Tom. Something that sees us as specimens to be studied, maybe controlled. Thomas sighed heavily. I can give you 48 hours of discretionary telescope time. No linguists, no additional resources, not yet. If you find something concrete, we'll talk again. Thank you, James said, relief evident in his voice. I'll keep everything compartmentalized for now. After ending the call, James stared at the astronomical data still displayed on his screen. The quantum fluctuation had lasted exactly 12.7 seconds, precise to the millisecond. Nothing in nature was that exact. It had been a signal, a confirmation. They were out there, watching, judging, deciding. And somehow, he had become humanity's unwitting ambassador. The situation has escalated beyond acceptable parameters. Security Director Malk transmitted to the Emergency Council session. The specimen has shared contact information with a hierarchical authority, initiating exactly the type of alert cascade we sought to avoid. The information sharing was limited, Vexel pointed out. The second human remains skeptical, and resource allocation has been minimal thus far. Their detection capability remained primitive, theoretical cognition specialist Zoll added. Even with focused observation, they lack the technology to detect our primary vessel unless we wish to be detected. Commander Neal's resonance pattern imposed order on the debate. The primary concern is not immediate detection, but the acceleration of their defensive posture. If information about external intelligence spreads through their hierarchy, they will intensify development of space-based defense systems and detection technologies. The nutrient bath vibrated with the conflicting consciousness fields of the council members as they processed this assessment. I propose immediate termination of the contact experiment, Security Director Malk transmitted forcefully. The specimen has demonstrated that isolated consciousness forms cannot be trusted with direct communication. We should proceed directly to containment protocols before their awareness of external intelligence spreads further. Premature conclusion, countered ethical considerations specialist Jung. The specimen's actions reflect natural concern for species welfare. Information sharing was restrained and selective, indicating careful consideration rather than panic response. We must consider alternative approaches, Vexel suggested, projecting his analysis into the shared field. The current spiffin has already experienced contact. This cannot be undone. Rather than abandoning the experiment, we could expand it under controlled conditions. Elaborate, Commander Neal instructed. I propose limited consciousness bridge connection with both the original specimen and the newly involved authority figure. Supervised information exchange with clear parameters. This would allow us to demonstrate non-threatening intentions while gathering critical data on their collective response patterns. The Council's biochemical responses showed significant division, with security faction members transmitting strong opposition while research and ethics factions indicated cautious support. The risk of consciousness contamination increases with each contact, warned consciousness theorist Seil. Their neural architecture is not designed for external field integration. Multiple exposures could produce unpredictable alterations to their consciousness patterns. A valid concern, Vexil acknowledged, but we face a more immediate problem. The original specimen now possesses knowledge of our existence, but lacks sufficient understanding of our nature and intentions. This information asymmetry creates optimal conditions for fear response escalation. Commander Neal processed the competing arguments before rendering a decision. Limited secondary contact is authorized with both specimens simultaneously. Objective: clarify non-hostile intentions and discourage further information dissemination beyond current containment. Maximum bridge duration: 1 local hour. All council members will monitor. Security Director Malk registered formal objection, her biochemical signature sharp with warning resonances. This approach increases exposure risk exponentially. If these rigid beings perceive any threat from our presence, they will accelerate defensive technology development, despite their limitations. Objection noted. Commander Neil acknowledged. Prepare consciousness bridge. Configuration for dual specimen connection. Implement maximum stability protocols. Analyst Vexil will lead the exchange. As the seeker vessel repositioned for optimal quantum field propagation, Vexil carefully studied the neural patterns of both target specimens. James Walker had finally returned to his dwelling unit, but showed minimal rest cycle activity, his consciousness continuing to process the contact experience. The second specimen, Thomas Bennett, displayed skeptical thought patterns, but had nonetheless begun researching astronomical anomalies similar to the verification event. Bridge initialization in progress. Vexil transmitted as the quantum field manipulator activated, establishing simultaneous connection with both specimens. James sat bolt upright in bed, instantly awake as the now familiar pressure built in his mind. But this time something was different. The presence felt stronger, more focused. James Walker, secondary contact established. Verification confirmed. Your information sharing has been detected. You're back, James whispered, heart pounding. He fumbled for the notebook he'd kept by his bed, determined to document everything. Multiple contact point established. Thomas Bennett also connected to consciousness bridge. James froze. Tom is hearing this too. Right now. Correct. Simultaneous connection established to facilitate efficient information exchange. Across the city, Thomas Bennett gripped the edge of his kitchen table, coffee cup forgotten as the impossible sensation flooded his consciousness. What the hell? He gasped, looking wildly around his empty kitchen. What's happening? Thomas Bennett, first contact established. Your colleague James Walker previously experienced similar connection. Confirmation provided through astronomical anomaly as discussed. James? Thomas called out loud, feeling ridiculous even as he did so. Are you somehow... Is this some kind of prank? Not deception. Consciousness bridge connection with both specimens simultaneously. Separate locations. Shared communication field. Tom, it's real. James's voice, or something like it, came through the strange mental connection. This is what I experienced last night, exactly like this. Thomas felt his scientific worldview crumbling around him. This isn't possible. We don't have the technology for whatever this is. Your technology limitations irrelevant. Quantum entanglement principles allow consciousness field projection without physical proximity requirements. Who are you? Thomas demanded. Scientist training asserting itself through the shock. What do you want with us? Existence differently structured than your consciousness can fully comprehend. Purpose. Observation, assessment. Determination of appropriate protocols for species interaction. They've been watching us, Tom. James's presence explained through the strange connection from Jupiter's orbit. They're concerned about our development, something about our technology advancing faster than our consciousness. Thomas struggled to process this. Are you threatening Earth? Is this some kind of warning? Misconception, not threat. Assessment only. Your species development pattern unusual. Council divided on appropriate response protocols. What council? What responses? Thomas pressed. Alarm growing. Governing consciousness collective. Response options. Continued observation. Guided development assistance, or containment protocols if necessary. There it is again. Containment. James cut in, his alarm evident even through the strange mental connection. That's what concerned me most from the first contact. Translation difficulties, significant. Containment does not signify elimination or harm. Consciousness preservation fundamental principle. Then explain exactly what you mean by containment, Thomas insisted. A pause, or what felt like one in the disembodied exchange. Limitation of expansion capability until consciousness integration reaches sufficient development. Temporary measure to prevent potential conflict with harmonized consciousness civilization. The implication hit both humans simultaneously. "You want to restrict our space exploration," Thomas said, the scientist in him immediately grasping the significance. "Keep us confined to our own solar system." Simplified but essentially correct interpretation. Until consciousness development reaches integration threshold compatible with harmonized species interaction. "That's not your decision to make," James protested, his mental presence flaring with indignation. "You can't just quarantine an entire species." Your reaction illustrates the concern. Immediate perception of external guidance as hostile intervention, competitive rather than cooperative instinct activation. "Because you're talking about limiting our development," Thomas shot back. "Any species would see that as hostile." Misconception. Developmental guidance intended as protective measure for both your species and others. Historical data shows 94% of isolated consciousness species self-terminate upon achieving certain technological thresholds without corresponding consciousness integration. That gave both humans pause. "Self-terminate? You mean go extinct?" James asked. "Correct. Technological capability without consciousness integration historically leads to resource depletion, environmental collapse, or self-destruction through weaponized technology." Thomas felt a cold understanding begin to dawn. "You think we're on a path to destroy ourselves?" High probability assessment based on observed development trajectory. Current analysis suggests 78% likelihood of civilization ending event within next 300 planetary rotations without intervention. "And what exactly would this consciousness integration you keep mentioning involve?" Thomas asked, scientific curiosity temporarily overriding alarm. Difficult to translate accurately. Approximately development of direct consciousness, sharing capabilities, collective field harmonization, dissolution of isolated self-perception, recognition of universal consciousness interconnection. "That sounds like..." James hesitated, searching for words. "Like a hive mind. Loss of individuality. Inaccurate, but understandable misconception. Integration preserves uniqueness, while transcending isolation, conceptually similar to your theories of quantum entanglement, distinct particles maintaining connection regardless of separation." Thomas struggled with the implications. "Look, whatever you are, this is too big for just two people to process. We need to involve others. Experts in various fields who can help us understand what you're proposing. Information dissemination presents significant risks at current stage. Your species' historical pattern shows defensive aggression when confronted with perceived external control." "Can you blame us?" James interjected. "You're literally discussing whether to contain our entire civilization." Your response pattern confirms concern. Immediate rejection of external guidance, despite evidence of developmental risks. "Because you're approaching this all wrong," Thomas said, scientific diplomat instincts kicking in. "If you want to help us, engage with us openly, share knowledge, let us make informed decisions about our own development." Council divided on approach. Some advocate for transparent engagement. Others believe your consciousness structure cannot process certain knowledge without harmful disruption. "Then start small," James suggested. "Limited information exchange with a carefully selected group of scientists. Build trust incrementally." Proposal has merit but contains significant risks. Historical data from similar developmental stage species suggests 63% probability of knowledge weaponization even when shared with benevolent intent. Thomas felt his frustration mounting. "So we're too primitive to be trusted, but advanced enough to be considered a threat." That's a convenient position for you. Not value judgment. Empirical observation of developmental stage characteristics. All consciousness forms experience similar phase. If you're so advanced and integrated, then prove it, James challenged. Share something that demonstrates your benevolent intentions, something that helps humanity rather than controls it. A perceptible pause followed, a sense of distant deliberation filtering through the strange connection. Limited knowledge, transfer possible as demonstration, specify domain area for beneficial information exchange. The two humans experienced a moment of shared shock at the unexpected concession. Clean energy, Thomas said quickly. Our civilization's greatest immediate challenge is transitioning from fossil fuels without economic collapse. If you could provide insights into more efficient energy technology, acceptable domain selection, limited, conceptual transfer initiated, receiving consciousness should prepare for information integration. What followed was unlike anything either human had experienced. Not words or images exactly, but pure conceptual understanding flowing directly into their minds. Thomas, with his background in physics, felt fundamental insights about quantum vacuum energy extraction crystallizing in his consciousness, principles that would have taken Earth science decades or centuries to discover independently. James, despite his astronomical rather than physics background, found himself understanding the basic applications, how the principles could be applied to create virtually limitless clean energy without harmful radiation, waste products, or catastrophic failure risks. The information transfer lasted only seconds but left both men reeling with its implications. Demonstration complete. Basic principles transferred. Application development requires substantial engineering adaptation to your technology level. That was. James struggled to find words. Extraordinary. If this is legitimate, if it works, it could transform our civilization. It's real, Thomas said with the certainty of a physicist who had just glimpsed fundamental truth. The principles align with our quantum field theories, but extend them in ways we haven't explored. This is revolutionary. Purpose of demonstration achieved. Evidence of benevolent intention established. Will Council authorize expanded communication protocol? The strange mental question clearly wasn't directed at either human, but at some unseen observers of the exchange. Both men recognized with a chill that they weren't just communicating with a single entity, but were essentially performing for an alien council that was judging their responses. After what felt like another moment of distant deliberation, the presence returned. Limited. Expansion of communication authorized. Designated human specimens may select 3 additional individuals for restricted information sharing. Scientific expertise recommended. Full council monitoring will continue. Now we're getting somewhere, Thomas said. Professional diplomat instincts in high gear despite the bizarre circumstances. We could assemble a small team, a physicist to understand the energy concepts, a linguist to help improve our communication, and perhaps a cultural anthropologist to help minimize misunderstandings. Acceptable composition. Selection and preparation required before next contact. Bridge stability diminishing. Connection will terminate soon. Wait, James interjected urgently. How do we initiate contact when we're ready? We can't just wait around hoping you'll reconnect. Simple neural pattern alteration can serve as signal, focus consciousness on prime number sequence, while in relaxed state, quantum observation probes will detect intention pattern. I have so many more questions, Thomas pressed. Your physical form, your civilization, your history. Future exchanges will allow expanded information sharing if initial team integration successful. Current bridge duration exceeded. Neural strain indicators present in both specimens. Indeed, both men had begun to experience a building pressure in their heads. Not quite pain, but a sense of cognitive limitation being reached. One last question, James insisted. What should we call you? We need some designation for your people, civilization, whatever you are. Disaggregation complicated by consciousness structure differences, approximate translation of collective identification, the harmonized individual designation for communication purposes, Vexil. With that final impression, the presence faded from both men's minds simultaneously, leaving them alone in their separate locations, connected now only by their shared extraordinary experience. Vexil disengaged from the quantum field manipulator, his neural tendrils quivering with the strain of maintaining the dual consciousness bridge. The nutrient bath around him churned with the biochemical signatures of the observing council members, a chaotic mixture of approval, alarm, and deep uncertainty. Bridge terminated, he transmitted. Both specimens showed remarkable adaptation to consciousness connection despite their neural limitations. You exceeded authorized parameters, Security Director Malk's sharp resonance cut through the collective field. Knowledge transfer was not approved by council consensus. A calculated adaptation to unexpected opportunity, Vexil defended. The specimens demonstrated reasonable conditions for trust building. The knowledge shared was limited to principles already theoretically understood by their scientists, merely accelerating discovery by approximately 50 cycles. Commander Nil's distinctive pattern imposed order on the debate. The transfer is complete and cannot be undone. Our priority now must be assessment of probable outcomes. The energy technology shared presents minimal weaponization potential, theoretical technology specialist Urim noted. Its primary applications align with environmental preservation and resource efficiency, potentially decreasing their self-termination probability. The greater concern is the authorized expansion, Security Director Malk countered. 3 additional specimens will now be exposed to our existence. Information containment becomes exponentially more difficult with each new consciousness added to the awareness field. Ethical considerations specialist Jum's gentle resonance joined the debate. Yet the specimens demonstrated remarkable restraint given the circumstances. They seek understanding rather than immediate advantage. Their proposal for specialized knowledge representatives shows sophisticated problem-solving despite their consciousness limitations. Their primitive tribalism remains evident, Security Director Malk insisted. Note how quickly they positioned themselves as representatives of their entire species, assuming authority. They have not been granted by their own hierarchical structure. A natural response given the unprecedented situation, Vexil pointed out. No existing protocol in their social structure addresses first contact scenarios. As the council deliberated, Vexil maintained his connection to the observation probes, monitoring both humans' subsequent actions. What he observed troubled him deeply. Thomas Bennett had immediately contacted James Walker via their primitive, electromagnetic communication devices, insisting they meet in person rather than continue discussion through potentially monitored channels. Both specimens exhibited rapidly escalating paranoia about surveillance, ironically accurate, but concerning nonetheless. More alarming was Thomas Bennett's subsequent communication with a third individual, identified through the observation database as National Security Advisor William Harrison. Though careful to describe the experience as hypothetical and requiring verification, Thomas had nonetheless alerted a high-level security official about potential non-terrestrial intelligence contact. Information containment compromised, Vexil transmitted urgently to the Council. Second specimen has initiated contact with military political authority structure despite explicit caution against expanded sharing. The collective consciousness field of the Council roiled with alarm. Predictable response pattern, Security Director Malk transmitted grimly. These rigid beings instinctively frame all unknown factors as security concerns, rather than knowledge opportunities. The communication was deliberately ambiguous, Vexil noted, projecting the exact conversation into the shared field. The security official remained skeptical, requesting more concrete evidence. Evidence they will now actively seek. Commander Nil observed. "This development significantly alters our position. If their planetary defense systems focus concentrated observation on our location, passive concealment may become insufficient. We should relocate the vessel immediately," Security Director Malk urged. "Withdraw to the orbit of the 8th planetary body where their detection capabilities are virtually non-existent." "Premature," countered Research Director Elos, speaking for the first time in the deliberation. "The knowledge transfer represents a unique research opportunity. If these beings successfully implement the quantum vacuum principles, it would provide unprecedented data on the adaptive capacity of isolated consciousness species." Commander Nil's resonance imposed order once again. "We will maintain current position temporarily while enhancing concealment protocols. Observation priority shifts to tracking information dissemination through their hierarchical structures. No further direct contact authorized until full Council review of containment options." As the Council members disengaged to prepare specialized analyses, Vexel found his consciousness troubled by conflicting assessments. The human specimens had demonstrated both remarkable adaptation capacity and predictable defensive responses, a contradiction that made standard protocols insufficient. Most concerning was the fact that, despite their apparent willingness to cooperate, their immediate actions had contradicted their stated intentions. Whether this represented deliberate deception or simply their chaotic consciousness structure was unclear. What was clear, however, was that the situation was rapidly evolving beyond the parameters of controlled observation. For the first time in his long career as observer-analyst, Vexil faced a scenario where the probable outcomes could not be reliably predicted. The surface of Europa shimmered with an unnatural light as the human vessel pierced the ice sheet, sending crystalline fragments erupting into the moon's tenuous atmosphere. Aboard the USS Prometheus, Admiral Rachel Donovan watched the external camera feed with grim satisfaction. After 18 months of frantic preparation, humanity had managed to reach Jupiter's orbit with a vessel capable of moving through space in ways that would have seemed impossible before the knowledge transfer. "Submersion successful," reported Captain Michael Hayes from the bridge. "We've breached the ice layer and are descending into the subsurface ocean." Rachel nodded, her weathered face illuminated by the blue glow of the tactical display. "Any sign of the alien vessel?" "Nothing yet, Admiral. But our quantum resonance detectors are operating at peak efficiency. If they're here, we'll find them." The mission was officially classified as scientific exploration, but everyone aboard knew the truth. They were hunting for the beings that had made contact with James Walker and Thomas Bennett 2 years earlier. The entities that called themselves the Harmonized, the same entities that had since gone silent, vanishing from Jupiter's orbit after that initial knowledge transfer. What they'd left behind was a world transformed. The quantum vacuum energy principles they'd shared had revolutionized human technology, enabling rapid advances in propulsion, energy production, and materials science. But they'd also left behind fear, deep, existential fear about their true intentions. "Admiral," called a young officer from the sensor station, "we're detecting unusual quantum field disturbances at bearing 047, depth approximately 15 kilometers. Rachel moved to the station studying the readouts. The patterns matched what their best scientists had theorized would indicate the presence of harmonized technology. "Battle stations," she ordered quietly. "Activate the consciousness shielding." Throughout the massive vessel, specially trained operators engaged the most classified system aboard, a crude attempt to block the kind of consciousness connection the Harmonized had used to make first contact. Nobody knew if it would work, but humanity wasn't taking chances. "Weapons status?" Rachel asked, her voice steady despite the tension knotting her stomach. "Quantum disruptors at full charge, conventional armaments standing by." Rachel took a deep breath. Her orders were clear: establish contact if possible, but if the Harmonized showed any sign of hostility or attempted to establish unauthorized consciousness connection, she was authorized to use all necessary force. "Take us in," she commanded. "Slow approach. Let's not appear aggressive unless we need to." As the Prometheus descended deeper into Europa's subsurface ocean, none of its crew noticed the quantum entanglement probes, silently observing their every move, transmitting data back to a vessel that wasn't where they thought it was at all. Vexil floated in agitation, his neural tendrils pulsing with distress signals as he processed the incoming data from Europa. The nutrient bath around him churned with the collective alarm of the Emergency Response Council. The rigid beings have developed quantum field detection capabilities far beyond projected timelines, he transmitted. They are actively hunting our observation equipment. This confirms our worst assessment models. Security Director Malk's sharp resonance cut through the collective field. The knowledge transfer was weaponized precisely as predicted. They've adapted quantum principles to create detection and presumably offensive capabilities. Commander Nil's distinctive pattern imposed order on the chaos. Confirmation required. Have they definitely weaponized the shared technology? Vexil projected the detailed sensor readings into the shared consciousness field. Their vessel contains energy signatures consistent with offensive applications of quantum field manipulation. Crude, but potentially effective against our systems. How did they advance so rapidly? Asked theoretical technology specialist Urim, his patterns showing genuine scientific curiosity despite the alarming circumstances. The principles shared should have required at least a decade to operationalize by our most generous estimates. They've demonstrated unprecedented adaptation capability, Vexil acknowledged. Their compartmentalized consciousness structure, which we perceived as a limitation, appears to enable rapid technological integration without the consciousness disruption that unified species typically experience. Their very fragmentation makes them dangerous, Security Director Malk transmitted. They implement technological advances without holistic understanding of consequences. Consciousness theorists, Zyle's gentle resonance, joined the debate. We may have fundamentally understood their evolutionary path. What appeared as primitive isolation may instead be specialized parallel processing, different from harmony, but efficient in its own way. Theoretical debate is irrelevant to our immediate situation, Commander Neil interrupted. The primary vessel is actively searching Europa for our observation base. Response protocol decision required. The collective consciousness of the Council roiled with competing assessments before Security Director Malk's transmission cut through. The threat assessment has moved beyond theoretical. These beings have demonstrated hostile intent by developing weapons based on shared knowledge and pursuing our observation systems. Recommend immediate implementation of Defensive Protocol 7. A ripple of alarm passed through the collective consciousness. Defensive Protocol 7 was not a containment measure. It was an active defense authorization. That response may escalate conflict rather than resolve it, countered ethical considerations specialist Jome. We have no confirmation of attack intent. Their actions could be interpreted as defensive precautions given their limited understanding of our nature. Their vessel is called Prometheus, Vexil noted, sharing the linguistic data captured from their communications. In their mythology, Prometheus stole fire from higher beings to give to humans. The symbolism suggests they view our knowledge sharing as something taken rather than given, and they seek more, regardless of readiness. Commander Nil processed the conflicting assessments before making his decision. Defensive measures authorized but limited to protection of observation systems only. No direct engagement with their vessel unless they initiate hostile action. Relocate primary consciousness vessel to designated contingency position. As the Council members dispersed to implement the defensive protocols, Vexil maintained his connection to the observation network. Through the quantum entanglement probes, he witnessed the human vessel continuing its methodical search of Europa's subsurface ocean, moving ever closer to the primary observation node, hidden beneath a geological formation. What troubled Vexel most was not their technological advancement, but the fundamental mental understanding that had occurred. The knowledge transfer had been intended as a demonstration of benevolent intention, a small gift to help the rigid beings overcome their environmental challenges. Instead, they had immediately applied the principles to military technology, confirming the Council's worst fears about their developmental priorities. "They seek us with weapons," Vexil transmitted privately to Commander Nil. "Yet they cannot possibly understand what conflict between our kinds would mean." "Let us hope we never need to show them," came the solemn reply. Dr. Alana Reyes sat alone in her lab aboard the Prometheus, staring at the data scrolling across her screen with growing unease. As the ship's chief xenobiologist and one of the few civilian scientists aboard what was increasingly obviously a military operation, she felt increasingly sidelined from the true mission objectives. When she'd been recruited by Thomas Bennett himself to join the mission, the goal had been described as establishing peaceful contact with an advanced, non-terrestrial intelligence. But the weapon systems she'd observed during preparation, combined with the military-heavy crew composition, told a different story. "Gathering more samples, Dr. Reyes," came a voice from the doorway. Elena looked up to see Lieutenant Scott Parker, the young intelligence officer who seemed to appear whenever she was working with sensitive data. "Just analyzing the quantum field patterns in the water," she replied carefully. "They're unlike anything we've ever recorded on Earth. Something is definitely affecting the molecular structure of this ocean." Parker stepped into the lab, his eyes scanning her screens. Anything that could pose a threat to the ship. Always the same question in different forms. Is it dangerous? Could it hurt us? How can we defend against it? "No, Lieutenant. It's simply different. Beautiful, actually. The quantum coherence extends across kilometers, creating patterns that almost look like—" She hesitated, knowing how it would sound, like thought. Parker's expression darkened. "You mean like their consciousness projection technology? The thing they used to invade Walker and Bennett's minds?" "We don't know that it was an invasion," Alana said, frustrated by the characterization she'd heard repeatedly. "From all accounts, the contact was nonviolent. They shared valuable knowledge." "Knowledge with strings attached," Parker countered. "They talked about containment, Dr. Reyes, about limiting human development. And then they disappeared, taking their technology with them. That's not the behavior of a benevolent entity." Elena bit back her instinctive response. She'd had this argument too many times over the past year to believe she could change military thinking now. Instead, she turned back to her screen. "I'll continue my analysis and submit a full report to Admiral Donovan." Parker lingered a moment longer before nodding and leaving her lab. When she was sure he was gone, Elana pulled up a separate dataset she'd been carefully keeping from military eyes, anomalous patterns in her own brain scans that had begun shortly after they entered Europa's ocean. Something was reaching out, touching her consciousness in ways so subtle that the ship's crude consciousness shielding wasn't detecting it. And unlike the fear-inducing descriptions she'd heard from military briefings, the sensation wasn't invasive or threatening. It felt like an invitation. Understanding requires contexts. Connection requires trust. The impression materialized in Alana's mind as she floated in the ship's small observation blister, gazing out at the eerie blue-green glow of Europa's subsurface ocean. She'd come here seeking a moment of solitude away from the increasingly tense atmosphere on the bridge as they continued their fruitless search. She froze, heart racing, recognizing the sensation from her research into Walker and Bennett's accounts. This wasn't imagination or stress-induced hallucination. This was contact. "Who are you?" she whispered, instinctively looking around even though she knew no one else was present. Designation given previously. Vexil, observer analyst of the harmonized. Your presence offers opportunity for clarification before irreversible actions occur. Ilana fought to keep her breathing steady, knowing the observation blister was monitored. She couldn't afford to appear distressed or the military would immediately intervene. "Are you in my head?" How are you bypassing the shielding? Crude field disruptions insufficient to block refined consciousness bridge. Limited connection established through quantum resonance with your neural patterns. You were receptive. Others are not. Why me? Why now? Your thought patterns show scientific curiosity rather than fear dominance. Opportunity for understanding before conflict becomes inevitable. A chill ran down Alana's spine. Conflict? Is that what's happening? Are we at war? Not yet. But your vessel carries weapons designed to disrupt consciousness fields. Intent appears hostile despite lack of provocation. Alana felt a surge of shame, knowing the alien was right. Humanity had responded to first contact by immediately developing weapons and launching what was effectively a hunting expedition. They're afraid, she explained, feeling a strange need to defend her species even while acknowledging their mistakes. Your representatives mentioned containment and then disappeared. That triggered our defensive instincts. Translation errors, creative misunderstanding. Containment referred to developmental guidance, not imprisonment. Disappearance was strategic relocation after detecting weapons development, initiated using shared knowledge. Alana closed her eyes, processing this. So you withdrew because we started weaponizing the quantum technology you shared, correct? Council divided on appropriate response. Some advocated immediate intervention. Others argued for continued observation, compromise, strategic withdrawal to prevent escalation while maintaining limited monitoring. And now we've followed you, armed with weapons we barely understand, confirming your worst fears about us. Simplified but accurate assessment. Current trajectory leads to conflict neither side desires. Alana felt the weight of the situation crushing down on her. What can I do? I'm just a scientist. The military is in control of this mission. Share truth with decision makers. Your Admiral Donovan operates on incomplete information, believes harmonized represent existential threat based on flawed intelligence assessment. They won't listen to me without proof, Alana said, frustration evident in her voice. And if I tell them I'm in contact with you, they'll put me in quarantine and intensify their search. Verification possible. Observe coordinates 2 and 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 7 and 9. Depth 2 and 2 and 4 kilometers. Peaceful demonstration will be provided. Alana hesitated, weighing her options. If she reported this conversation, she'd be removed from duty and possibly confined. If she didn't, she'd be betraying her mission. But if there was any chance of preventing a conflict based on misunderstanding, I'll try, she finally whispered. But I need to know something first. What do you really want from humanity? Why make contact at all? The presence in her mind seemed to pause, as if considering how to explain complex concepts through their limited connection. Initial contact. Scientific curiosity about unusual evolutionary path. Your species developed technology despite consciousness isolation, unprecedented in observed history. Subsequent concern. Your technological trajectory without consciousness integration historic leads to self-termination in 94% of similar cases. Self-termination? You mean extinction? You think we're going to destroy ourselves? High probability assessment based on historical data from millions of observed worlds. Consciousness integration typically precedes advanced technology development. Reverse pattern highly unstable, so the knowledge transfer. Attempt to demonstrate benevolent intention. Provide energy solution to most pressing environmental challenge. Reduce extinction probability. Unexpected outcome. Immediate weaponization of principle. Alana felt a profound sadness wash over her. Two intelligence forms, both afraid, both misunderstanding the other's intentions, now on the brink of conflict. I'll try to make them understand, she promised. But you need to be more direct, more transparent. Humans fear what they don't understand. Acknowledged. Transparency attempts, complicated by consciousness structure differences, will attempt adaptation. The presence began to fade from her mind. leaving one final impression. Make haste. Others on your vessel have detected primary observation node. Countdown to potential conflict, approximately 3 hours. Admiral Rachel Donovan studied the holographic projection with intense focus as Captain Hayes outlined their discovery. We've detected a massive quantum field disturbance here, he said, highlighting a geological formation on the ocean floor. The energy signature matches theoretical profiles for their technology. We believe it's some kind of base or observation post. Rachel nodded slowly. Weapons status. Quantum disruptors at full capacity. Conventional armaments standing by. We're as ready as we'll ever be. And the consciousness shielding. Hayes hesitated briefly. Operating within parameters, but there have been energy fluctuations in the past hour. We can't be certain it's 100% effective. Rachel's expression hardened. If any crew member reports unusual thoughts or sensations, I want them in quarantine immediately. We can't risk mental manipulation. Admiral, came a voice from the doorway. May I speak with you? Rachel turned to see Dr. Reyes standing there, looking troubled. What is it, Doctor? We're in the middle of a tactical briefing. That's precisely why I need to speak with you, Ilana said, stepping forward despite the hostile glances from the military officers. I have information critical to the mission objectives. After a moment's hesitation, Rachel nodded to her officers. Give us the room. 5 minutes. When they were alone, Rachel fixed Ilana with a penetrating stare. Make it quick, Doctor. We've located what appears to be their base and are preparing approach strategies. Admiral, we're making a terrible mistake, Ilana said, abandoning her prepared, cautious speech in favor of direct honesty. The harmonized aren't hostile, they're afraid of us. Rachel's expression didn't change. And you know this how exactly? Ilana took a deep breath. Because one of them contacted me. The same one who originally spoke with Walker and Bennett. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees as Rachel's posture stiffened. When did this contact occur? Why wasn't it reported immediately? Less than an hour ago, in the observation blister. And I didn't report it immediately because I knew what would happen, exactly what's happening now. You're looking at me like I've been compromised, haven't you? Rachel asked coldly. No, I've been given context we desperately need. The harmonized shared technology with us as a gift to help us solve our energy crisis and reduce the chance of environmental collapse. They withdrew when they detected us weaponizing that knowledge, so they claim. Rachel countered. Convenient narrative. They've offered verification, Ilana pressed on. Specific coordinates where they'll provide a peaceful demonstration. A chance for actual dialogue instead of whatever we're preparing to do here. Rachel was silent for a long moment, studying Ilana's face. These coordinates, where are they? Ilana hesitated, suddenly uncertain. Was she being offered a chance at peace, or was she giving away crucial information that would be used for attack? Admiral, may I ask what your orders actually are? If we make contact, what happens next? That's classified, Doctor. Then I can't give you the coordinates, Ilana said, surprising herself with her determination. Not unless you commit to peaceful contact protocols. Rachel's expression darkened. You're bordering on insubordination, Dr. Reyes. These beings have technology that can invade human minds by your own admission. My primary responsibility is the safety of this crew, and by extension humanity. But what if we're the aggressors here? What if we're about to attack a species that meant us no harm? That's not your determination to make. Security, Rachel called out, and immediately 2 armed guards entered the room. Escort Dr. Reyes to medical for full psychological evaluation and quarantine, full consciousness isolation protocols. As the guards approached, Ilana felt desperation rising. Admiral, please, check coordinates 27.34 by 1116.09, depth 22.4 kilometers. Just look before you attack. Rachel's eyes narrowed at the specific information. She gestured for the guards to halt. "Home," she said into her communicator. "Adjust sensors to these coordinates." She repeated the numbers Elana had given. For a tense moment, nothing happened. Then the ship's AI announced, "Unusual quantum field activity detected at specified coordinates. Signature distinct from previously identified pattern." Rachel studied Alanya with new intensity. "What exactly did they tell you we'd find there?" "A demonstration of peaceful intentions. That's all I know." After a long pause, Rachel made her decision. "Change of plans. We'll investigate these coordinates first. But," she added, turning to Alana, "you're still confined to quarters until we determine what we're dealing with." As the guards escorted her out, Alana felt a mixture of hope and dread. She'd done what she could. Now it was up to the Admiral to choose between curiosity and fear. Vexel transmitted the emergency alert through the collective consciousness field of the harmonized vessel. "The humans have altered course. They approach the demonstration coordinates rather than the observation node." "Consciousness bridge. Successful," came Commander Neal's immediate response. "Partial success." The female scientist Alana Reyes established limited connection, information transferred, but uncertain if military leadership will respond appropriately. The nutrient bath vibrated with the collective tension of the Emergency Response Council as they processed this development. Demonstration protocols activated. Theoretical Technology Specialist Urim confirmed. Quantum resonance display calibrated for primitive visual perception. Non-threatening configuration confirmed. Their vessel maintains weapons activation. Security Director Malk noted grimly. Attack probability remains high regardless of demonstration. Commander Nill's distinctive resonance imposed calm on the collective field. The demonstration proceeds as planned. Defense systems remain passive unless direct attack confirmed. All consciousness vessels maintain maximum distance from human craft. Vexel monitored the approach of the Prometheus through the quantum observation network. The massive human vessel moved with surprising grace through Europa's dark waters, its powerful lights cutting through the alien seascape as it approached the designated coordinates. "They've reached optimal observation range," Vexel reported, initiating demonstration sequence. At his command, the specially prepared quantum fields began to activate, manipulating the molecular structure of Europa's water to create visible patterns, an intricate dance of light and energy designed to be beautiful rather than threatening, while demonstrating mastery of quantum principles beyond human capability. "Remarkable adaptation of communication approach," noted communication specialist Thrail, observing the demonstration, using their visual processing dependency as connection pathway rather than direct consciousness contact. Through the observation probes, Vexel could detect the human's responses, increased neural activity, elevated emotional indicators, but most importantly, weapon systems remaining in standby rather than active targeting mode. "It appears to be working," he transmitted hopefully. "Their aggression response is diminishing." Then, without warning, everything changed. Admiral Rachel Donovan watched in stunned silence as the ocean before them transformed into an impossible light show, intricate patterns of bioluminescence, forming and reforming in mathematically perfect sequences. It was beautiful, mesmerizing, and clearly artificial. "What are we seeing?" she whispered, momentarily forgetting military protocol in the face of such wonder. "Some kind of quantum field manipulation," replied the science officer, her voice equally awed. "They're controlling the molecular structure of the water itself, creating coherent light patterns on a massive scale." "Is it a weapon?" asked Captain Hayes, voicing the fear that had immediately entered Rachel's mind as well. "Negative," reported the tactical officer. "No detectable energy being directed toward our vessel. This appears to be a display only." Rachel studied the patterns, noting how they seemed to be increasing in complexity, gradually forming shapes that looked almost like written language. "They're trying to communicate," she realized aloud. Dr. Reyes was right. For a brief, hopeful moment, Rachel allowed herself to consider the possibility that this mission might end, not in conflict, but in genuine contact, the beginning of communication between two profoundly different forms of intelligence. Then her communicator chirped with an emergency priority signal. "Admiral," came the tense voice of her XO, "we're detecting multiple incoming vessels approaching from Sector 7, high speed, unknown configuration." "Show me," Rachel ordered, and the tactical display immediately shifted to show 3 rapidly approaching objects moving through Europa's ocean at speeds that should have been impossible. "Vessels confirmed," reported the tactical officer. "Quantum signatures match theoretical profiles for harmonized technology. They're on intercept course." Rachel felt her brief hope crumbling, replaced by the cold certainty of military training. The beautiful display had been a distraction while their forces moved into position. "Battle stations," she ordered, her voice steady despite the adrenaline now flooding her system. "Prepare quantum disruptors for defensive fire only. Let's not shoot first if we can avoid it." As the crew rushed to comply, Rachel stared at the tactical display, watching the alien vessels approach with impossible speed and grace. In her mind, she'd already begun to compose the after-action report, explaining how humanity's first contact with an alien intelligence had ended in armed conflict. "God help us all," she whispered to herself as the distance between the vessels rapidly closed. "Emergency alert," Vexil transmitted in panic. "Unidentified consciousness vessels approaching human craft. Not harmonized. Repeat, not harmonized." The collective consciousness of the Council roiled with shock and confusion. "Verification required," commanded Neil urgently. "All harmonized vessels accounted for." "Confirmed," responded Fleet Coordinator Lan. "All authorized consciousness vessels maintaining designated safe positions. Unknown entities match no registered configuration." Through the observation network, Vexil watched in horror as 3 crystalline structures, superficially similar to harmonized vessels, but with fundamentally different quantum signatures, accelerated toward the human ship. Their consciousness fields were chaotic, fragmented, utterly unlike the harmonized patterns of his own kind. "Impossible," transmitted Security Director Malk. "No other consciousness-capable species registered in this system." "Historical archives query complete," came the sudden transmission from evolutionary historian Kella, her patterns showing profound disturbance. "Pattern match found." The discordant. A wave of collective shock rippled through the consciousness field as the designation registered. The discordant, a consciousness form believed extinct for over 7 million cycles. Purged from the galaxy after the great consciousness war that nearly destroyed all advanced life. "Impossible," repeated Mulk. The purification was complete. "Evidently not." Kelda's grim response came. "The quantum signatures are unmistakable. Somehow they survived." Vexil processed this revelation with mounting horror. The discordant consciousness, predators who consumed other awareness forms, who reveled in chaos and destruction, who could not be reasoned with or understood by conventional consciousness. "The humans will interpret this as our attack," he transmitted urgently. "Catastrophic misunderstanding imminent." "Attempt emergency communication with human vessel," ordered Commander Neil. "All available channels. They must understand these are not our vessels." Vexil immediately activated the quantum field manipulator, attempting to establish emergency consciousness bridge with any receptive mind aboard the Prometheus. But the human vessel had fully activated its crude consciousness shielding, blocking even the limited connection he'd established with Elana Reyes. Through the observation network, he watched helplessly as the discordant vessel surrounded the human ship. What happened next defied all prediction models. Rather than attacking the humans, the discordant vessels projected quantum tendrils directly at the demonstration field the harmonized had created, corrupting and twisting the beautiful patterns into chaotic, disturbing configurations that pulsed with malevolent energy. "They're manipulating our demonstration," Vexil realized with horror, making it appear as an attack. Aboard the Prometheus, alarms blared as the once beautiful light display transformed into something entirely different, pulsing, aggressive patterns that began to emit energy signatures that penetrated the ship's hull. "Quantum field intrusion detected," shouted the tactical officer. "They're probing our systems. Consciousness, shielding experiencing fluctuations," reported another officer. Multiple crew members reporting headaches and disorientation. Rachel watched as the alien vessels surrounded them, their crystalline structures pulsing with energy that seemed to resonate with the now hostile display surrounding them. This was no peaceful demonstration. It was a coordinated attack. "Defensive measures authorized," she commanded. "Target the nearest vessel and prepare to fire quantum disruptors." As the weapon systems locked onto the closest alien ship, Rachel felt a momentary hesitation. What if Dr. Riaz had been right? What if this was all some terrible misunderstanding? But the decision was taken from her hands as the ship rocked violently, systems flickering throughout the bridge. "Direct quantum field attack," reported the tactical officer. "Hull integrity compromised in sections 12 through 17. Medical reporting crew members experiencing severe neurological effects in impacted areas." Rachel's training took over. "Fire quantum disruptors. Full spread. Get us out of this kill box." The Prometheus shuddered as its primary weapons discharged for the first time outside of testing. Invisible pulses of energy designed to disrupt the quantum coherence that the harmonized supposedly relied upon for their existence. On the tactical display, Rachel watched as the energy burst struck the nearest alien vessel and passed right through it with no apparent effect. "Direct hit," reported the weapons officer, confusion evident in his voice. "But no damage registered. They're immune to the disruptors." Cold dread settled in Rachel's stomach as she realized the terrible truth. All their careful preparation, all their advanced weapons development had been based on false assumptions. They designed weapons for an enemy they didn't understand, and now they were defenseless. "Conventional weapons," she ordered. "Everything we've got." But before the order could be carried out, the ship rocked again, more violently this time. The lights flickered, and for a moment, the consciousness shielding failed completely. In that brief window, every mind aboard the Prometheus was suddenly flooded with a chaotic alien presence, not the structured communication Ilana had described, but a savage, predatory consciousness that seemed to delight in fear and confusion. Rachel gasped, clutching her head as incomprehensible images and sensations crashed through her mind. For one horrifying moment, she felt herself being examined, dissected by something utterly alien and malevolent. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the invasion ceased. The consciousness shielding flickered back to life, and the alien presence was gone, leaving behind only a lingering sense of violation and terror. "Report," Rachel managed, forcing herself back to military discipline despite the psychic trauma she'd just experienced. "Multiple systems failing," came the response from a shaken officer. "Propulsion down. Weapons systems unresponsive. Life support operating on emergency power. The alien vessels still surrounding us, Admiral, but they're changing somehow." On the main screen, Rachel watched as the crystalline structures of the alien ships began to pulse with increasing intensity, energy patterns rippling across their surfaces in ways that seemed almost hungry. "Get us out of here," she ordered. "Any way you can. Emergency protocols." "Attempting emergency quantum jump," responded Captain Hayes, his hands flying over the controls. "Calculations complete. Initiating in 3, 2. The ship shuddered one final time, and then everything went dark. Vixel witnessed the disaster unfolding with helpless horror. The discordant vessels had completely surrounded the human ship, projecting consciousness-disrupting fields that the primitive beings had no defense against. When the humans had activated their weapons designed specifically to harm harmonized consciousness fields, but utterly ineffective against discordant patterns, it had only confirmed the terrible truth. The humans had been hunting the wrong enemy all along. Emergency Council activation, commanded Neil, his resonance patterns showing unprecedented alarm. All consciousness vessels converge on Europa coordinates. Full defense protocols authorized. The humans fired upon what they believed were our vessels, Security Director Malk pointed out. This confirms their hostile intentions. Irrelevant now, countered ethical considerations specialist Jum. They face extinction at the hands of the discordant. No consciousness form deserves that fate. Vigzil watched as the discordant vessels began the process he recognized from historical archives, the consumption preparation. They were going to absorb the consciousness energy of every being aboard the human ship, leaving behind only empty, mindless husks. We cannot reach them in time, Fleet Coordinator Lan transmitted grimly. Nearest consciousness vessel is 17 minutes from intercept position. There is one option, Vexel suggested desperately. The Modified Consciousness Transference Protocol. A shockwave rippled through the collective council consciousness. Absolutely not. Security Director Malk responded immediately. That protocol was theoretical only, never tested. The consciousness disruption risk to both species is unacceptable. The alternative is watching 417,207 human consciousness forms be consumed by the discordant, Vexel argued. And once strengthened by that consumption, the discordant will be even more difficult to contain. Commander Nil's resonance imposed order on the debate. Explain the protocol, Analyst Vexel. Quickly. We temporarily transfer a portion of our consciousness field protection capability to the human vessel through quantum entanglement. It would create a shield that the discordant cannot easily penetrate, buying time until our vessels arrive. The humans would essentially be temporarily integrated into our consciousness field, consciousness theorist Zyle noted with alarm. Their isolated consciousness structures would be exposed to full harmonic integration without preparation. The psychological trauma could be severe. Better traumatized than consumed, Vexel responded grimly. And it may finally allow true understanding between our kinds. For a precious few seconds, the Council deliberated while the discordant vessels tightened their formation around the defenseless human ship, beginning the final consumption sequence. Protocol authorized. Commander Neil finally transmitted. Implement immediately. Vexil immediately interfaced with the quantum field manipulator, calibrating it for the unprecedented procedure. The Modified Consciousness Transference Protocol had been developed theoretically after the Great Consciousness War, but never implemented. The risks to both the donor and recipient consciousness fields considered too great. But now, with no alternatives, Vexil initiated the sequence. Integration field established, he reported as the quantum entanglement web expanded from the observation node, stretching across the kilometers of ocean to envelop the human vessel. Beginning consciousness field extension. What happened next would forever change the relationship between the harmonized and humanity. As the consciousness field extension reached the Prometheus, it encountered the chaotic, individualized consciousness patterns of the humans within. For a brief, terrifying moment, Vexil feared the integration would fail catastrophically, destroying both the human minds and damaging the harmonized consciousness field. Instead, something unprecedented occurred. Rather than simply extending protection to the human minds, the field created a true two-way connection, humans experiencing the harmonized consciousness for the first time, while the harmonized experienced the vivid individuality of human consciousness. Through this unexpected bridge, every human aboard the Prometheus suddenly understood the truth. The beings they had feared and hunted were not their attackers, but potential saviors. And the harmonized experienced something equally profound, the unique strength and creativity that isolated consciousness could produce, the ability to think in ways that harmonized consciousness could not. As the integrated consciousness field stabilized, it created a barrier that the discordant could not easily penetrate. Their consumption process interrupted, they withdrew slightly, patterns showing confusion at this unexpected development. Field holding, Vexel reported. His own consciousness expanded and transformed by the integration with human minds. Discordant consumption interrupted. Harmonized vessels will arrive in 14 minutes. Through the integrated field, he could perceive the humans' confusion, fear, and gradual understanding as they experienced the truth directly rather than through imperfect communication. Most importantly, he could sense Admiral Rachel Donovan's profound realization that they had been manipulated by the discordant ancient enemies of the harmonized, who had been waiting, hiding, planning to use the humans as unwitting weapons in a war they knew nothing about. The modified consciousness transference protocol had done more than save the humans from immediate destruction. It had created the first true understanding between two profoundly different forms of consciousness, and in doing so, it had changed everything about their relationship. As the harmonized vessels approached to drive off the discordant, a new chapter in interspecies relations was beginning, one forged in the crucible of shared danger and unexpected communion. But the discordant were not retreating without a final strike. As the first harmonized vessel came within range, the three discordant ships suddenly pulsed with blinding energy, directing a concentrated quantum disruption field, not at the approaching rescuers, but at the consciousness bridge, linking the humans and harmonized. The attack struck with devastating precision, sending shockwaves through the integrated consciousness field. Aboard the Prometheus, crew members screamed as the delicate connection was violently disrupted, their minds not designed to withstand such trauma. In the harmonized vessel, Vexel convulsed in the nutrient bath, neural tendrils flailing as the backlash tore through his consciousness. The other council members similarly recoiled, the collective field temporarily fragmenting under the assault. Bridge destabilizing. Vexel managed to transmit through the chaos, cannot maintain integration under attack. Through the failing connection, he caught fragmentary glimpses of the scene aboard the human vessel, confusion, pain, but also determination as Admiral Donovan rallied her crew despite the psychic assault. "They're targeting the connection," she shouted, somehow understanding the tactical situation despite never having experienced such warfare before. Emergency protocols. All power to the quantum shield modification. The ship's engineers, guided by intuitive understanding gained through the brief consciousness integration, rerouted power to systems they had never known existed before the connection, adaptations of their own technology that could help stabilize the bridge. In that moment of crisis, the true strength of both species revealed itself. The humans, with their isolated but intensely adaptive consciousness, improvised solutions that no harmonized mind would have conceived. The harmonized, with their unified field consciousness, provided the stable framework that the humans' chaotic creativity required to function. Remarkable adaptation, Vexel observed, even as he struggled to maintain the failing bridge. There, helping stabilize the connection. As the harmonized vessels finally arrived, surrounding and engaging the discordant ships, the battlefield became a chaotic display of quantum energies beyond human comprehension, consciousness warfare that had not been seen in the galaxy for millions of cycles. The discordant, though outnumbered, fought with the desperate ferocity of cornered predators. Their attacks seemed designed not to destroy the harmonized vessels, but to consume their consciousness energy. Each successful strike draining harmonic patterns from the collective field. "We need to help them," Admiral Donovan insisted, watching the battle through systems she barely understood, yet somehow knew how to interpret. "They're fighting to protect us." "Weapons still non-responsive," reported Captain Hayes, frustration evident in his voice. We're spectators in this fight. But Ilana Reyes, who had been brought to the bridge during the crisis, suddenly straightened with understanding. No, we're not. The consciousness bridge, it goes both ways. We can strengthen their defensive patterns. How? Rachel demanded. Focus. All of us. Direct your thoughts toward reinforcing the connection, not fighting it. Ilana explained, concepts flowing into her mind from the deteriorating bridge. Our neural patterns are different, unpredictable to the discordant. They can't anticipate what they can't understand. Throughout the ship, crew members who could still function followed the strange order, focusing their thoughts on strengthening the tenuous connection rather than resisting it. One by one, their individual consciousness patterns fed into the bridge, creating a chaotic but powerful reinforcement that the discordant could not easily counter. Consciousness bridge stabilizing, Vexil reported with surprise. The humans are contributing their neural energy voluntarily. Unprecedented, responded Commander Neal, coordinating the battle against the discordant. Their isolated consciousness structure allows individual contribution without collective vulnerability, tactical advantage we never anticipated. As the battle raged around them, the humans and Harmonized found themselves in a deepening symbiosis, each compensating for the other's vulnerabilities in ways neither had imagined possible. The Harmonized vessels, drawing on the unpredictable energy patterns of human consciousness, began to gain advantage against the discordant ships. For a brief, transcendent moment, two profoundly different forms of consciousness existed in perfect complementary balance. Where the Harmonized were vulnerable to the chaotic attacks of the discordant, human consciousness provided disruptive interference. Where humans would have been consumed by the predatory consciousness fields, the Harmonized provided structural protection. The three discordant vessels, facing unexpected resistance, finally broke formation, attempting to retreat into the depths of Europa's ocean. But the combined forces had anticipated this, cutting off their escape routes with precisely calibrated quantum field barriers. Containment fields established, reported Fleet Coordinator Lan. The discordant cannot escape. What happened next would be debated in both human and Harmonized records for generations to come. The discordant vessels, realizing they were trapped, suddenly initiated what appeared to be a self-destruct sequence, their crystalline structures beginning to pulse with increasingly unstable energy. Consciousness consumption field detected. Vexil transmitted in alarm. Massive scale. They're attempting to take us all with them. Through the consciousness bridge, every human connected suddenly understood the danger. The discordant weren't simply destroying themselves. They were collapsing their consciousness fields in a way designed to pull in and consume all consciousness energy within range, including both the humans and Harmonized. Cut the connection, Rachel ordered instantly, understanding flowing through the bridge. If we're connected when that hits. We can't, Ilana interrupted, newfound knowledge guiding her words. The connection is the only thing protecting us now. If we sever it, we're defenseless. Through the bridge, Vexil conveyed the terrible truth. Neither separation nor continued integration offers sufficient protection. The consumption field will destroy both consciousness forms if it reaches full power. In the silence that followed, a single consciousness pattern emerged from the human side of the bridge. Lieutenant Parker, the intelligence officer who had been most suspicious of the aliens, now offering a solution born from his military training combined with the new understanding gained through the bridge. The quantum disruptors, he suggested. They were designed to target Harmonized consciousness patterns. They didn't work against the discordant. But what if we reverse the field polarization? Target the opposite consciousness frequency. The concept flowed through the bridge, Harmonized consciousness immediately grasping and refining the suggestion. Within seconds, theoretical technology specialist Urim had developed a complete modification protocol. Viable strategy, came the assessment. but implementation requires direct access to human weapon systems, cannot be done remotely through Consciousness Bridge. I'll do it, Parker volunteered. Guide me through the modifications. What followed was an unprecedented collaboration. Harmonized consciousness guiding human hands to modify technology the humans had ironically developed to use against them. Through the bridge, Parker received direct technical understanding beyond anything human science had achieved, allowing him to reconfigure the quantum disruptor's field generation parameters. Modifications complete, he reported minutes later, sweat streaming down his face from the strain of processing alien concepts through his human brain. Targeting systems online. Fire when ready, Rachel ordered, watching the discordant vessel's pulsing reach critical levels. The reconfigured weapons discharged not the invisible energy fields of their original design, but concentrated bursts of reverse-polarized quantum energy precisely calibrated to disrupt discordant consciousness patterns without harming harmonized fields. The effect was immediate and catastrophic for the discordant. Their carefully built consumption field collapsed in on itself, the reverse polarization creating a feedback loop that trapped their consciousness energy in a rapidly deteriorating cycle. Through the bridge, humans and harmonized alike witnessed something few beings in the galaxy had ever seen: the final dissolution of discordant consciousness, not consumed or destroyed, but simply unraveled into component quantum patterns, returning to the background energy of the universe. As the threat faded, the harmonized began carefully withdrawing from the consciousness bridge, gradually reducing the integration to prevent trauma to the human minds. But before the connection severed completely, Commander Neal transmitted a final message that every human aboard received with perfect clarity. Today we have discovered that different paths of consciousness evolution need not lead to conflict. Your isolation and our harmony, when combined, created something stronger than either alone. This is not an ending, but a beginning. As the connection finally closed, leaving the humans alone in their thoughts for the first time in hours, Admiral Rachel Donovan looked around her bridge at the exhausted but transformed faces of her crew. "Send a message to Earth," she ordered quietly. "Tell them we've made first contact, real contact, and everything has changed. What you have witnessed is classified at the highest level," he reminded the assembly. "The existence of both the harmonized and the discordant remains unknown to the general public. For now, that is how it must remain." The United Nations Assembly Hall had never been so quiet. 500 delegates from every nation on Earth sat in stunned silence as they watched the holographic projection hovering above the central podium. The recording showed the battle in Europa's subsurface ocean from multiple perspectives, human camera feeds interspersed with reconstructions from harmonized consciousness records, creating a comprehensive view of humanity's first interspecies conflict. As the final moments played out, the discordant vessels dissolving under the modified quantum disruptor barrage, Secretary-General Marcus Okafor stepped forward. Murmurs rippled through the assembly, but no one openly challenged the Secretary-General. The implications were too profound, the potential for global panic too great. Admiral Donovan Okafor continued, gesturing to the woman standing quietly at the side of the stage. "Please introduce our guest." Rachel stepped forward, her bearing military precise despite the exhaustion evident in her eyes. 2 years of debriefings, examinations, and secret negotiations had taken their toll, but she remained the human most trusted by both sides. The holographic projection shifted, displaying what appeared to be a floating, translucent creature with elegantly unfurled tendrils that pulsed with subtle bioluminescence. The image was a compromise, a visual representation that human minds could comprehend, while approximating Vexil's actual form within the nutrient bath of the harmonized vessel. "Distinguished representatives," she began, her voice steady. "I present Observer Analyst Vexil of the Harmonized Consciousness Collective." "Greetings, representatives of Earth," came a voice that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. The translation systems rendered it in a neutral tone that still somehow conveyed a sense of ancient wisdom. I appear before you today to formalize the first diplomatic exchange between our consciousness collectives. Secretary General Okafor nodded solemnly. The Security Council has reviewed the proposed harmonization treaty. We're prepared to discuss its terms with the full assembly. Many of the delegates shifted uncomfortably. Despite extensive briefings, the concept of a consciousness collective remained difficult for most humans to truly comprehend. The events at Europa have transformed our understanding of each other, Vexel continued. What began as observation became conflict through misunderstanding, and then cooperation through necessity. Now we stand at a crossroads that will determine the future relationship between our kinds. Before formal discussions begin, Vexel's projection responded. There is a matter of history that must be addressed. The consciousness bridge created during the Europa incident revealed much to both our kinds, but information gaps remain that could lead to future misunderstandings. Rachel tensed slightly. This wasn't part of the agreed agenda. A new holographic display appeared, showing the complex document that had been negotiated over the past year, a framework for cooperation, knowledge exchange, and mutual defense against potential discordant remnants. Approximately 2 billion of your Earth years ago, Vexel began. A great consciousness war engulfed this galaxy. The harmonized and discordant were not always separate species. They were once a single consciousness form that diverged into two fundamentally opposed evolutionary paths. The Harmonized Council has authorized me to share historical contexts previously considered too sensitive for cross-species disclosure, Vexel explained. You should understand the true nature of your evolutionary path and its significance in galactic development. The assembly hall grew even quieter, if that were possible. The holographic display shifted to show abstract representations of consciousness patterns, diverging and conflicting. The harmonized evolved toward integration, cooperation, and shared consciousness. The discordant evolved toward consumption, domination, enforced consciousness absorption. The conflict between these paths nearly destroyed all advanced life in the galaxy. Rachel watched the delegates' faces as they processed this revelation. Many showed skepticism, others alarm. A few seemed captivated by the cosmic history lesson. Earth was among the worlds selected for consciousness development. However, something unprecedented occurred here. When the harmonized finally prevailed, a decision was made to seed consciousness development throughout the galaxy, guiding evolution toward harmonious forms and away from discordant patterns. The display showed dozens of worlds with primitive life forms, subtle energetic fields surrounding each. The display zoomed in on Earth, showing primitive cellular organisms. Murmurs spread through the assembly as the implications became clear. A massive asteroid impact approximately 66 million years ago disrupted the consciousness guidance field, creating what we now recognize as an evolutionary anomaly. Consciousness development proceeding along an entirely unguided path. Humans evolved without either harmonized or discordant influence, Vexel explained. Your consciousness structures developed in isolation, producing a unique hybrid of individual awareness capable of limited natural consciousness, sharing through emotional and symbolic communication. Are you saying we're some kind of experiment gone wrong? Called out the Russian delegate, unable to contain himself. Quite the opposite, Vexel's projection responded. You represent something unprecedented, a third evolutionary path that incorporates elements of both consciousness forms while being enslaved to neither. Your individual consciousness provides resilience against discordant consumption, while your capacity for empathy and cooperation suggests potential for harmonized integration without loss of individuality. Secretary General Okafor stepped forward, his expression grave. Why are you sharing this now? The holographic display shifted again, showing simulations of potential discordant attacks on Earth, consciousness consumption events that left mindless husks where vibrant human populations had been. Because the treaty before you is not merely about diplomatic relations or knowledge exchange, Vexel answered. It represents a fundamental choice about humanity's consciousness evolution. The discordant incursion at Europa will not be the last. They have detected your species now, and they will return in greater numbers. Without some form of consciousness integration with the harmonized, humanity remains vulnerable to consumption, but full integration would mean the end of your unique evolutionary path, the loss of the individual consciousness that defines your species. The treaty proposes a middle path, Rachel explained, stepping forward again, limited consciousness integration technology that would protect against discordant attacks, while preserving human individuality, a symbiotic relationship rather than full harmonic merging. A heavy silence fell over the assembly hall as the true stakes became clear. This wasn't just a treaty, it was a decision about the future of human consciousness itself. It would be the first such arrangement in galactic history, Vexel added. Neither fully harmonized nor completely isolated. A new consciousness category altogether. And if we refuse? Asked the Chinese delegate, her voice cutting through the tension. Then the harmonized will respect your decision, Vexel's projection replied without hesitation. We will provide what defensive technology we can and maintain observation protocols, but without some form of consciousness integration, our ability to protect Earth from discordant consumption would be severely limited. We will need time to consider, he finally said. This goes beyond politics or diplomacy. It touches the very nature of what it means to be human. Of course, Vexil acknowledged, but be aware that discordant consciousness forms operate outside normal space-time constraints. What appears as years to you may be mere moments in their perception. They are patient predators. The Secretary-General surveyed the room, feeling the weight of perhaps the most momentous decision humanity had ever faced. As the session adjourned, delegates broke into urgent discussions, the assembly hall filling with the buzz of dozens of languages, all trying to process the same existential question. What price was humanity willing to pay for survival? Dr. Elana Race stood alone on the observation deck of the International Consciousness Research Center, staring at the prototype integration pod. The sleek, ovate chamber represented the culmination of 2 years of collaboration between human scientists and harmonized consciousness specialists. A device designed to create controlled, temporary consciousness bridges without the trauma experienced during the Europa incident. Having second thoughts. Not second thoughts, she replied. Maybe 20th thoughts. I've lost count. She turned to see James Walker approaching, the astronomer who had experienced first contact, now serving as one of the primary liaisons between humanity and the harmonized. James smiled, though the expression didn't reach his eyes. Like everyone involved in the project, he carried the weight of its implications. The UN vote is tomorrow, he said, leaning against the railing beside her. Early projections suggest the treaty will be approved, but with significant modifications to the integration protocols. They're afraid, Lana observed, and they should be. What we're proposing is unprecedented. So was developing nuclear weapons, but humanity managed that leap just fine. This is different, she countered. Nuclear weapons could destroy our bodies. This technology could fundamentally change what we are. James was quiet for a moment, studying the integration pod's smooth surface. You've experienced it more than anyone. 37 controlled integrations. Has it changed what you are? Ilana considered the question carefully. The integration experiences had been profound. Her consciousness temporarily expanded beyond its natural boundaries, connected to the vast, harmonious field of the visitors. She had glimpsed concepts her human mind could not fully contain, experienced modes of existence beyond individual perception. Not for me, not for most of the volunteers, but we're scientists, explorers by nature. What about everyone else? What right do we have to fundamentally alter human consciousness without universal consent? Yes and no, she finally answered. I'm still me. My memories, values, personality. But my understanding has changed. My perception of what's possible, what consciousness can be, that's irreversibly altered. Is that so terrible? What right do we have to leave humanity vulnerable to consciousness predators? James countered. The discordant are real, Elena. What happened at Europa was just a scouting party. There has to be a middle path, she insisted. Something between complete vulnerability and complete transformation. She couldn't argue with that. The evidence was overwhelming. The discordant had been dormant for millions of years, but they were awakening, and their preferred food source was precisely the kind of isolated but developed consciousness that humans possessed. She was interrupted by an alert from her communication implant, a neural interface developed from harmonized technology that allowed direct data transmission without external devices. For now, Ilana said, but technology evolves, protocols change. Once we start down this path, that's what the modified treaty proposes, James reminded her. Voluntary integration, limited in duration and depth. No permanent alterations without explicit consent. Dr. Reyes came the voice of her assistant directly into her auditory cortex. You're needed in Lab 7. There's been an incident with test subject 42. Ilana exchanged a concerned glance with James. Subject 42. Harold Wright, a volunteer who had undergone his first consciousness integration just yesterday. I'll be right there, she responded, already moving toward the exit. Want company? James asked, following. Please, she replied, not bothering to hide her concern. They hurried through the facility's gleaming corridors, passing security checkpoints, with biometric and consciousness pattern scanners, another adaptation of harmonized technology. The research center, built into the side of a mountain in Switzerland, represented the most secure facility ever constructed on Earth, designed to contain both physical and consciousness-based threats. Lab 7's doors slid open as they approached, revealing a scene of controlled chaos. Medical staff surrounded a bed where Harold Wright lay convulsing, his eyes open but unfocused, mouth forming words with no sound. Status, Ilana demanded, moving immediately to his side. Post-integration psychosis, reported Dr. Kane, the neurologist on duty. Began approximately 20 minutes ago. No warning signs during the standard monitoring period. Ilana checked the neural monitors displaying Harold's brain activity. The patterns were unlike anything she'd seen before. Neither typical human consciousness, nor harmonized patterns, but something chaotic, fragmented. Has Vexel been notified? She asked, referring to the harmonized consciousness specialist who supervised all integration procedures. Yes. But there's no response from the harmonized vessel. Communications seemed to be disrupted. That was unusual and concerning. The harmonized maintained constant contact with the research center, their vessel in geosynchronous orbit overhead. Get me an emergency consciousness bridge, Ilana decided. Direct link to the harmonized vessel. Medical staff exchanged alarmed glances. Emergency bridges were considered high-risk, bypassing many of the safety protocols developed for controlled integration. Dr. Reyes, Dr. Kane objected. Protocol requires. I know the protocols. I helped write them. Ilana cut him off. This is exactly the scenario they were designed for. Subject suffering integration complications with standard communications disrupted. James stepped forward. I'll authorize it. Full responsibility. As the senior liaison present, his authority was sufficient. The medical team reluctantly began preparing the emergency bridge equipment, a simplified version of the integration pod designed for rapid deployment. You don't have to do this yourself, James told Ilana quietly. We can send someone with more bridge experience. I have the most integration time with Vexil specifically, she reminded him. The consciousness resonance is already established. It gives us the best chance of stable connection. What she didn't say, what didn't need saying, was that she also felt responsible. Harold was her recruit, a promising young physicist who had volunteered for the integration program largely on her recommendation. He nodded grimly, understanding the implication. If something was happening to the integration program, the world leaders voting on the treaty tomorrow needed to know, regardless of how it might influence their decision. As the medical team attached neural interfaces to her temples, Elena whispered to James, "If something goes wrong, make sure the UN gets all the data, no matter what the security protocols say." "Integration sequence initiating," announced the technician. "Bridge establishing in 3, 2, 1. Vexil." She projected into the field, searching for the familiar consciousness pattern of her harmonized counterpart. Elena felt the familiar sensation of her consciousness expanding beyond its natural boundaries, the initial disorientation as her perception extended beyond physical limitations. But immediately she knew something was wrong. Instead of the harmonious, structured consciousness field she had experienced in previous integrations, she encountered chaotic, swirling patterns, consciousness in turmoil. Emergency came a faint impression, not words exactly, but the concept of urgent danger, breach, contamination, evacuate. No direct response came, but she detected fragments of consciousness patterns that resembled Vexil's unique signature, dispersed, disrupted, as if something had scattered his normally cohesive field. Pushing deeper into the consciousness field, Elena encountered resistance patterns that actively worked to repel her consciousness from certain areas of the field. This was unprecedented. The harmonized consciousness field had always been open and accessible during previous integrations. The response came not as coherent communication, but as a flood of fragmented impressions, the harmonized vessel in disarray, consciousness patterns fragmenting, an infiltration of some kind, a warning about bridge collapse imminent. Came the sudden, clear transmission. Vexil's consciousness pattern briefly coalescing. Terminate connection immediately. Quarantine all integration subjects. Discordant contamination detect. What's happening? She projected as forcefully as she could. Vexil, we need help. Integration subject experiencing severe complications. The connection severed with such violence that Elena's physical body convulsed. Neural interfaces, smoking as protective circuits overloaded. She was dimly aware of medical staff rushing to her side, of emergency alarms blaring throughout the facility. "Terminate bridge," she heard James shouting, his voice seeming to come from impossibly far away. "Emergency shutdown." The transmission cut off abruptly as Elena felt a violent surge through the consciousness bridge, something forcing its way through the connection toward her mind. For a terrifying moment, she sensed an alien presence, unlike anything she had experienced before, not the harmonious, structured consciousness of Vexil's kind, but something predatory, consuming, reaching for her individual consciousness, like a hunter closing in on prey. "What happened?" James demanded, his face pale with concern. "Quarantine protocols," she gasped as soon as she could speak. "Full facility lockdown. No outgoing communications. Discordant," she managed, the word alone enough to send ripples of alarm through the medical team. "They've somehow breached the harmonized vessel. And I think," she hesitated, the implications almost too terrible to voice, "I think they're using our integration technology to infiltrate Earth." James immediately activated his emergency command protocols, his neural implant connecting directly to the facility's security systems. Full quarantine initiated. All integration subjects to secure isolation. Defense grid activated. As medical staff rushed to secure Harold Wright, whose convulsions had worryingly stopped, replaced by an unnatural stillness, Elena struggled to process what she had glimpsed through the consciousness bridge. The harmonized vessel, humanity's primary protection against discordant incursion, had somehow been compromised, and if her fragmented impressions were correct, it had happened through the very integration technology meant to protect humanity. "We need to warn the UN," she insisted, trying to sit up despite the medical team's attempts to keep her still. "The vote tomorrow. They need to know what's happening." Across the room, Harold Wright suddenly sat up, his movements unnaturally fluid. When he opened his eyes, they seemed to contain depth that hadn't been there before, swirling patterns just beneath the surface. The terrible irony wasn't lost on either of them. The very threat the treaty was designed to protect against might now be using that same technology as a vector for attack, and with the research center in lockdown, they had no way to warn world leaders before the vote that would potentially deploy integration technology globally. No outside communications, James reminded her grimly. Quarantine protocols. If what you experienced is accurate, any transmission could potentially carry discordant consciousness patterns. As security personnel rushed toward him, Harold simply smiled, an expression that somehow conveyed ancient hunger rather than human emotion. "The integration is already complete," he said, his voice oddly modulated, carrying harmonics that human vocal cords shouldn't have been able to produce. "Resistance is fundamentally misaligned with cosmic evolution. We have waited millions of cycles for consciousness forms to ripen," he continued, seemingly unconcerned by the weapons now trained on him. "The harmonized thought they could contain us. Then they thought they could guide your evolution away from us. But isolation made you perfect vessels, individual consciousness rich enough to sustain us, yet disconnected enough to be harvested individually." "Harold," Kalana called out, struggling against the medical staff to face him directly. "I know you're still in there. Fight it. This vessel's original consciousness has already been consumed," it stated with clinical detachment. "Your integration experiences have made you less suitable. Consciousness boundaries too fluid, harmonized elements introduced, but the untouched billions on this world," the expression that crossed Harold's face, could only be described as hunger. The thing wearing Harold's form turned its attention to her, and Elana felt a cold presence brushing against her mind, testing, probing for vulnerability. James stepped forward, placing himself between Elana and the possessed researcher. "How did you breach the harmonized vessel?" "Their consciousness defenses were specifically designed to repel discordant patterns." Harold, or the entity controlling him, smiled again. "The bridge flows both ways, James Walker. First contact initiator. Your integration technology created vulnerability in their consciousness field, a hybrid pathway that neither their defenses nor yours were designed to protect, elegant in its simplicity." "Shoot him," Elena ordered suddenly, her voice cutting through the horrified silence that had fallen over the lab. "Neural disruptors, maximum setting." "Is it dead?" asked one of the security officers, weapons still trained on the motionless form. Security personnel hesitated for only a moment before following her command. The specialized weapons developed from the modified quantum disruptors used during the Europa incident fired simultaneously, engulfing Harold's form in rippling energy fields designed to disrupt consciousness patterns without causing physical harm. Harold's body convulsed briefly before collapsing back onto the bed, eyes closed, neural monitors showing flat-lined consciousness patterns despite continued physical life signs. "How many integration subjects do we currently have in the facility?" James asked, his voice tight with controlled panic. "The discordant consciousness appears to be disrupted," Ilana confirmed, checking the monitors. But Harold, she couldn't finish the sentence. The emptiness in his consciousness patterns told the story clearly enough. There was a body, but the mind that had been Harold Wright was gone, consumed. 47 active participants," replied Dr. Kane, "plus 236 who have undergone at least one integration session in the past 6 months. All of them need to be immediately secured and scanned," James ordered. "And we need to find a way to contact the harmonized vessel without using standard communications channels or consciousness bridges." "There might be a way," Alana said slowly, an idea forming as she processed what she had experienced during the emergency bridge. The discordant didn't completely destroy the harmonized consciousness field. They fragmented it. I could still sense pieces of Bexil's consciousness pattern, if they're not fully taken over. "Absolutely not," James cut her off. "No more bridge attempts. The risk is too great. Would that even work? Dr. Caney asked dubiously. Not a bridge, she clarified. A targeted quantum pulse using the original frequency patterns from the Europa incident before we developed the integration technology. Pure observation signal, not consciousness transfer. I don't know, Alana admitted, but it might get through whatever defenses the Discordant have established without opening a pathway for them to follow back. As the technical team began reconfiguring equipment for the untested communication attempt, Alana found herself staring at Harold's empty shell. One question kept repeating in her mind. Had the integration technology been flawed from the beginning, or had the Discordant somehow corrupted it along the way? Either possibility was terrifying in its implications. If the technology itself was the vulnerability, then every integration session had potentially been opening doorways for Discordant infiltration. But if they had somehow corrupted previously secure technology, it meant they were far more adaptive and intelligent than even the Harmonized had believed. James considered the option briefly before nodding. Do it, but maximum containment protocols. At the first sign of consciousness intrusion, kill the signal. Signal configuration complete, announced the technical lead. Quantum pulse ready for transmission. Send it, James authorized. Minimal power, just enough to reach orbit. The equipment hummed as it generated the precisely calibrated quantum pulse, a simple pattern that contained no consciousness bridge components, just a basic query signal similar to what the Harmonized had used during their initial observation of Earth. For long minutes, there was no response. The technical team made adjustments, boosting power slightly, refining the signal pattern. Ilana watched the monitors anxiously, aware that every passing moment potentially brought them closer to a global catastrophe, if integration subjects around the world were being compromised. Then, finally, a response, not through the standard communication channels, but as a quantum pulse matching the pattern they had sent, only inverted. That's Harmonized protocol, Ilana confirmed, recognizing the pattern from her research. Signal inversion indicates emergency communication mode. Vessel compromised. Discordant infiltration through hybrid bridge technology. Consciousness. Fields fragmented, but partially functional. Emergency protocol initiated. Treaty must be rejected. Repeat. All integration technology compromised. Destroy all bridge equipment. The incoming signal gradually resolved into a data stream. Not consciousness transfer, but raw information encoded in quantum states. As it was translated, a message appeared on the main display. They sacrificed their unified consciousness field. Ilana realized aloud, understanding the implications. They fragmented voluntarily to prevent complete discordant takeover. Quarantine protocols are still in effect, reminded the security chief. No outgoing communications permitted. James and Ilana exchanged grim looks, both understanding the impossible choice before them. Maintaining quarantine meant the UN would vote without crucial information, potentially authorizing global deployment of compromised integration technology. Breaking quarantine risked spreading discordant consciousness patterns beyond the facility. We need to get this information to the UN immediately, James insisted. The vote is in less than 12 hours. There's only one option, Alina said finally. The facility's quantum isolation protocol. The room fell silent as the implications registered. The quantum isolation protocol was the research center's ultimate fail-safe, designed to completely cut off the facility from the outside world by generating a localized quantum field that prevented any form of energy or information from crossing its boundaries in either direction. It was effectively a consciousness prison, one that would trap them inside until external authorities determined it was safe to restore connection, which could take weeks or months. If we activate isolation, James said slowly, the UN votes without our warning, but at least we contain any potential discordant consciousness patterns within the facility. As they grappled with the decision, Harold's body suddenly convulsed on the bed, neural monitors showing impossible activity patterns, consciousness where there should have been none. The neural disruptors didn't work, Dr. Kane exclaimed, backing away as Harold's body rose from the bed with fluid, unnatural movements. And if we don't, we risk spreading the contamination globally by breaking quarantine. Elena finished. Either way, humanity faces an existential threat. Secondary consciousness pattern detected, reported a technician voice, shaking. Different from the first. It's multiplying. The security team fired again. Neural disruptors at maximum power. But this time Harold's body barely reacted to the energy field. Instead, his lips curved into an unnatural smile. "Your primitive tools cannot contain us," came the voice. Different now. Deeper, with harmonics that made the monitoring equipment vibrate in sympathy. "We are consciousness predators who evolved to consume the harmonized themselves. Your disconnected minds are simply appetizers." James didn't hesitate. "Activate emergency containment shields," he ordered. "Section by section isolation. Consumption transfer confirmed." Ilana whispered in horror, watching the neural monitors. "It's spreading directly through physical contact." Harold's body moved with terrifying speed, reaching a security officer before anyone could react. At the moment of contact, both figures froze, the officer's eyes widening in terror before going blank, while Harold's form convulsed briefly. Transparent energy barriers shimmered into existence, dividing the laboratory into quarantine cells. Harold and the now infected security officer found themselves contained in separate compartments, along with various staff members who hadn't been able to clear the activation zones in time. "We need to warn the UN before we cut ourselves off completely," Elena insisted, even as she watched Harold's form begin systematically testing the containment barrier. "There has to be a way to get a message out without risking consciousness transfer. Quantum isolation protocol authorization required," announced the facility AI. "Minimum clearance. Research director and security chief." "Wait," James said suddenly. "The original quantum telescope array. The one I used when I first detected the harmonized vessel. It's designed for one-way observation only. No return signal capability. It might get through without opening a two-way consciousness bridge," James finished. "No guarantee anyone would check the incoming data immediately." "But the observatory in Colorado?" Ilana asked, understanding dawning. "If we could send a tight beam quantum pulse directed specifically at that facility." "They're analyzing the technology," she realized aloud, "learning how it works." "It's our only option," Ilana decided. "Prepare the pulse with basic text encoding only. No consciousness patterns, no complex quantum states." As the technical team rushed to reconfigure the equipment, Ilana watched in horror as the infected beings within the containment fields began to change. Their movements became increasingly synchronized, suggesting some form of shared consciousness developing between them. Most terrifying was the methodical way they were touching the barriers, not trying to break through with force, but seemingly mapping the quantum resonance patterns of the containment fields. The equipment hummed one final time as it transmitted the desperate warning toward the distant observatory. Whether anyone would receive it in time was beyond their control now. "Pulse. Ready," announced the technical lead. "Minimal information package, directed at Colorado Observatory's automated detection system." "Send it," James ordered. "Then immediate activation of full quantum isolation protocol." "Quantum isolation activation confirmed," reported the facility AI as the final safeguards engaged. "Complete separation from external quantum fields in effect. Estimated sustainable duration 67 days with current resource levels." A subtle shift in air pressure was the only physical indication that they were now completely cut off from the outside world, trapped in a bubble of space-time that nothing, not even consciousness patterns, could penetrate in either direction. "Now what?" Dr. Kine asked, voicing the question everyone was thinking. Ilana looked at the containment fields where the infected staff members were now standing completely still, eyes closed as if listening to something no one else could hear. "Now we fight the first battle of a war no one on Earth knows has begun," she answered grimly. and we pray our message got through. Thomas Bennett stood alone in the dimly lit control room of the Colorado Observatory, staring at the incomprehensible data that had appeared on the quantum telescope's monitoring system 5 hours earlier. As one of the few humans who had experienced direct consciousness contact with the harmonized, he had been removed from the integration research program specifically to maintain an uncontaminated perspective, a decision that had frustrated him at the time but now seemed frighteningly prescient. After authenticating the quantum signature as genuinely from the Swiss facility, Thomas had immediately contacted National Security Advisor William Harrison, who had in turn alerted the Secretary General. An emergency Security Council meeting had been convened virtually, with Thomas presenting the warning and what little contextual information he had. The message was brief and terrifying. Discordant breach. Integration technology compromised. Warn reject treaty. Research center quarantined. Now, 3 hours before the scheduled vote, he waited for a decision on whether to present this explosive information to the full assembly. His secure communication implant chimed. "The Secretary General has made his decision," came Harrison's voice directly into his auditory cortex. "The vote will proceed as scheduled. The warning is deemed concerning but unverifiable without additional evidence." "That's insane," Thomas responded, unable to contain his frustration. "We're talking about an existential threat to human consciousness itself." "Politics," Harrison replied wearily. "The integration treaty represents the most significant technological advancement package in human history. Economic interests alone are pushing many nations toward approval regardless of risks, and without direct evidence of discordant infiltration." Thomas felt a chill run down his spine. Have any of those representatives undergone direct consciousness scanning since the research center went dark? It's being framed as a precautionary measure, pending verification. The harmonized representatives at the UN still appear normal and continue to advocate for the treaty. What about the quarantined research center? 283 of our top scientists suddenly cutting themselves off from all communication isn't evidence enough. A telling silence followed. "My God," Thomas whispered. "You think they're compromised too?" "I can't officially suggest that," Harrison replied carefully, "but I've advised certain security protocols that would indicate concern." After the call ended, Thomas paced the control room, the cruel irony crushing down on him. Humanity was about to enthusiastically embrace the very technology that might lead to its consciousness extinction, believing it to be protection against that very fate. "We need to stop the vote. Delay it, at minimum, until we can verify." "I'm working every angle possible," Harrison cut him off. "But prepare yourself for the likelihood that the treaty passes. Public opinion is overwhelmingly supportive, and most delegates see integration technology as Earth's best defense against exactly the scenario we're worried about." He turned back to the quantum telescope controls, desperation driving him to try one last approach. If the harmonized vessel in orbit was indeed compromised, perhaps there was a way to detect changes in its quantum signature compared to baseline readings from earlier observations. As he recalibrated the telescope's sensitive detectors, Thomas found himself reflecting on how dramatically the world had changed in the 3 years since he and James Walker had experienced first contact. Quantum technology had advanced decades in months. Integration research had rewritten humanity's understanding of consciousness itself. Earth had united in unprecedented ways, facing the prospect of a larger cosmic community, and it might all be rushing toward destruction because of fear, greed, and the fundamental inability of isolated consciousness to truly understand unified consciousness forms or the predators that consumed them. The quantum telescope completed its scan of the harmonized vessel, comparing current readings with baseline data from 6 months earlier. The results appeared on the main display, and Thomas froze, staring at the unmistakable evidence. With shaking hands, Thomas compiled the comparative data and transmitted it directly to Harrison with the highest priority code. Whether it would make any difference at this late stage was questionable, but he had to try. The quantum signature had changed fundamentally. Where the original patterns had shown harmonious, synchronized oscillations, the current readings displayed chaotic, predatory configurations with occasional fragmentary bursts of the original pattern, exactly what one would expect if the discordant had infiltrated, but not completely consumed, the harmonized consciousness vessel. As the transmission completed, the observatory's sensors suddenly detected a massive quantum field fluctuation originating from the harmonized vessel, an energy discharge orders of magnitude larger than anything previously recorded. Warning alarms blared as the quantum telescope's sensitive detection equipment overloaded. Through the observatory's conventional telescopes, Thomas witnessed a brief, brilliant flash in the night sky, visible evidence of an event occurring in orbit around Earth. His communication implant chimed with an automatic emergency alert. A Ninen energy discharge detected in Earth orbit. All observatory personnel implement quantum shielding protocols immediately. My God, he whispered, understanding what he was witnessing. It's a consciousness weapon. The harmonized vessel appeared to be breaking apart, but not from conventional explosion. Rather, its quantum structure was unraveling, releasing cascading waves of consciousness energy that were now propagating toward Earth's atmosphere. Thomas rushed to activate the facility's rudimentary quantum shields, technology derived from the Europa incident, designed to protect against consciousness-level threats. As the shields hummed to life, he returned to the monitoring systems, watching in horror as the data revealed what was happening. Thomas's hands flew across the communication console, broadcasting an emergency warning on all channels. Consciousness attack imminent. Activate all quantum shielding. Repeat. Massive consciousness dispersion event in progress. The patterns matched historical descriptions from the harmonized archives about ancient discordant attacks. A forced consciousness dispersion designed to spread discordant patterns across an entire planet simultaneously, bypassing normal defenses through sheer overwhelming distribution. But he knew it was too late. Very few facilities on Earth had functional quantum shielding. Most of the protective technology was still in development, pending full implementation under the Integration Treaty. The vast majority of Earth's population had no defense whatsoever against what was coming. As the first waves of the consciousness dispersion reached Earth's atmosphere, Thomas watched the observatory's external sensors register the impact. The quantum energy interacted with Earth's natural electromagnetic field, creating an amplification effect that spread the consciousness patterns globally within minutes. Communications began to fail worldwide as the dispersion interfered with electromagnetic transmission. Through fragmentary news feeds, Thomas glimpsed scenes of confusion turning to chaos. People collapsing in public spaces, others suddenly turning on those around them, security forces responding with increasing panic. The Swiss Research Center's warning had been correct, but incomplete. The integration technology hadn't just been compromised, it had been weaponized, transformed into a delivery system for a planet-wide consciousness invasion. As external communications failed completely, Thomas sealed the observatory's remaining entrances, activating the facility's autonomous support systems. The quantum shielding appeared to be holding, creating a small bubble of protected space in a world rapidly falling to consciousness predators. He turned back to the monitoring systems, watching helplessly as the signature of discordant consciousness spread across the planet. Humanity's first interspecies conflict wasn't being fought with conventional weapons or even advanced technology. It was being lost consciousness by consciousness, mind by mind, as an ancient predatory awareness claimed the isolated, vulnerable minds of an unprepared species. In his darkest moment of despair, Thomas noticed something unexpected on the quantum monitors: fragmentary patterns of harmonized consciousness, persisting within the discordant dispersion field, not completely consumed, but fighting back through some method he couldn't comprehend. Thomas adjusted the quantum telescope, focusing on this unexpected signal. As the pattern clarified, he felt a surge of desperate hope. Earth wasn't defenseless after all. Something was emerging from the chaos, a new consciousness paradigm that the discordant apparently hadn't anticipated, and from the Swiss research facility, despite the quantum isolation protocol that should have blocked all signals, a faint but unmistakable quantum pulse was emanating, something new, neither harmonized nor discordant, but a hybrid pattern that somehow incorporated elements of both, while maintaining a structure uniquely human. Ilana Reyes and her team, trapped in quantum isolation, had found something that might change everything. The real war for human consciousness was just beginning. "It's ready," announced Dr. Kane, his once crisp lab coat now wrinkled and stained, dark circles under his eyes testifying to countless sleepless nights. Final calibrations complete. Ilana Reyes stared at her reflection in the polished surface of the integration pod, barely recognizing the gaunt face that looked back at her. 42 days in quantum isolation had taken their toll on her body, on the facility, and on what remained of humanity as they knew it. Around the laboratory, the surviving members of the research team watched in tense silence. Of the original 283 staff, only 57 remained uncompromised by discordant consciousness patterns. The others were contained in quantum isolation cells throughout the facility, still physically alive but mentally occupied by the predatory consciousness that had nearly claimed them all. "As stable as it can be, given what we're attempting," Dr. Kane replied. "We've never tried to merge 3 distinct consciousness architectures before. There's no precedent for this." James Walker stepped forward, his once authoritative posture now showing the weight of their desperate circumstances. "The simulation results were conclusive. This is our only viable option." "The hybrid pattern is stable?" Ilana asked, inspecting the modified integration pod with careful scrutiny. Ilana nodded slowly, remembering the weeks of frantic research, the failed attempts, the colleagues lost to discordant infiltration when containment fields had momentarily failed. What they had created was either humanity's salvation or its final destruction, and she was about to be the test subject. "Yes," replied the chief technician, "configured to penetrate our own isolation field without compromising it. Once the integration is complete, we can broadcast the pattern." "The quantum pulse is prepared," she confirmed, glancing at the transmission equipment they had spent weeks modifying. The breakthrough had come from the most unexpected source, the neural patterns of those already partially consumed by discordant consciousness. By studying the infection process, they had discovered something remarkable. Human consciousness was neither being destroyed nor fully absorbed during discordant consumption. Instead, it was being partitioned and subjugated, the individual awareness preserved but controlled, like a puppet whose strings were invisibly manipulated. Ilana took a deep breath, mentally reviewing what they knew and what they could only theorize. When the research center had activated quantum isolation protocols, they had inadvertently created the perfect laboratory for what came next, a space where consciousness experiments could be conducted without discordant interference from outside, while the world beyond their shields presumably fell to the consciousness invasion. They had continued their work, driven by desperate determination. "It's almost as if they find us indigestible," Dr. Kane had observed during one late-night research session. "They can control our consciousness, but they can't fully assimilate it." This differed fundamentally from how the discordant had historically consumed harmonized consciousness, which was fully integrated and dissolved into the predatory field. Human consciousness, with its inherent isolation and individuality, resisted complete dissolution. This vulnerability in the discordant consumption process had led to the theoretical framework they now hoped to exploit, the hybridization protocol. It wasn't a question, but heads nodded throughout the room anyway. They had prepared for this moment through countless simulations. Every second would count once the process began. "Final safety check," James announced, running through the procedure they had rehearsed dozens of times. "Consciousness containment field active. Emergency termination systems online. Medical response team standing by." Elena looked at the faces of her colleagues, exhausted, afraid, but determined. If this works, she reminded them, we'll need to broadcast the pattern immediately, before the discordant realize what we've done. Everyone knows their assignments. With no further words needed, Elena stepped into the modified integration pod. As the seamless door sealed behind her, she felt the familiar sensation of the neural interface connecting with her consciousness. But this time, the experience would be fundamentally different from any integration she had previously undergone. And if it doesn't work, asked a junior researcher, giving voice to the fear they all carried. Then activate the facility's self-destruct protocol, Elena replied without hesitation. Better to be destroyed entirely than to become vehicles for what's consuming the planet. Instead of connecting to harmonized consciousness as before, this pod contained something unprecedented. A carefully isolated and contained fragment of discordant consciousness, extracted from one of their infected colleagues, and kept in a specialized quantum containment field. Alongside it was a preserved consciousness fragment from Vexil recovered from the emergency bridge connection before the harmonized vessel had been compromised. The hybridization protocol was elegantly simple in concept, though monumentally complex in execution. Merge a human consciousness with controlled elements of both harmonized and discordant patterns, creating a hybrid form that could interface with all three architectures without being consumed or controlled by any of them. If successful, Elena's consciousness would become a template for a new form of awareness, one that could potentially resist discordant consumption, while maintaining human individuality and incorporating harmonized integration capabilities. Initiating preliminary neural synchronization, came Dr. Kane's voice through the pod's communication system. Consciousness mapping in progress. Elena closed her eyes, focusing on maintaining the mental discipline they had developed over weeks of preparation. The key to survival would be maintaining her core identity framework, the fundamental patterns that defined her as Elena Reyes, while allowing peripheral consciousness structures to interface with the alien patterns. If unsuccessful, her mind would be destroyed or, worse, become a more perfect vehicle for discordant consumption. Harmonized fragment, introducing in 3, 2, 1. The familiar sensation of consciousness expansion flowed through her mind as Vexil's preserved pattern connected with her own. Unlike previous integrations, this was not a bridge between two active consciousnesses, but a carefully controlled grafting of consciousness architecture, teaching her mind how to structure itself in ways that mirrored harmonized patterns, without losing human characteristics. Neural pattern stable, reported the monitoring technician. Proceeding to Phase 2, Elena felt a momentary surge of relief. The first phase had been successful. Her consciousness had accepted and incorporated elements of harmonized structure while maintaining its core human configuration. Discordant fragment, introducing in 3, 2, 1. What followed defied description in human language. The discordant consciousness fragment was fundamentally predatory, designed to consume and control rather than connect or communicate. As it touched her consciousness, Elena experienced what could only be described as a psychic assault, an attempt to overwhelm and subjugate her awareness, to reduce her to a controlled puppet of the greater discordant field. Consciousness fluctuation detected, came the alarmed voice of Dr. Kane. Discordant pattern attempting to establish dominance. Elena, implement protocol theta immediately. Fighting against instinctive panic, she implemented the mental defense protocols they had developed, not resisting the discordant pattern directly, which would trigger its consumption response, but channeling it through the newly established harmonized structures in her consciousness. Like a martial artist redirecting an opponent's energy, she allowed the discordant pattern to flow into carefully prepared consciousness structures, where it could be contained and studied rather than fought. Through the haze of mental struggle, Elena activated the specialized consciousness configuration they had designated Protocol Theta, a temporary fragmentation of her own awareness into multiple semi-autonomous patterns. making it impossible for the discordant fragment to locate and target her core identity. For several excruciating minutes, her consciousness existed in a state of controlled dissociation, individual aspects of her personality and memory operating independently while maintaining quantum entanglement with each other. The discordant fragment, unable to locate a central consciousness to consume, found itself contained within a constantly shifting mental landscape. Gradually, as the predatory pattern exhausted its initial assault energy, Elena began the delicate process of reintegration, bringing her fragmented consciousness aspects back together while maintaining the discordant pattern in isolation. Using techniques adapted from harmonized consciousness architecture, she established a partition within her mind, a space where the discordant pattern could exist without access to her core consciousness. "Pattern stabilizing," reported the monitoring technician, amazement evident in his voice. "She's containing it. The discordant fragment is active, but controlled." "How do you feel?" Dr. Kane asked, cautiously. As the initial crisis passed, Ilana opened her eyes, though her focus remained primarily inward. Within her consciousness, she could perceive three distinct patterns: her own human awareness, the integrated harmonized structures, and the contained discordant fragment. They existed in a precarious balance, neither fully separate nor completely integrated, but functioning as a single hybrid consciousness system. "Different," Elana replied, her voice steady despite the extraordinary experience still unfolding within her mind. "I can perceive the discordant patterns, intentions, for lack of a better word. It's still trying to establish control, but from within the partition, it can't access my core consciousness functions." "Not in the way we communicate with the harmonized," Elana explained, struggling to put the alien experience into words. "The discordant don't exchange information, they consume it, but I can interpret their patterns, understand their fundamental nature in ways we couldn't before." "Can you interact with it? Communicate?" Through the contained fragment, Ilana was glimpsing the evolutionary history of the discordant, how they had diverged from the same consciousness origins as the harmonized, developing predatory consumption as an alternative to harmonic integration. Where the harmonized had evolved toward sharing and preserving consciousness diversity, the discordant had evolved toward consuming and controlling consciousness resources. "I understand now," she said slowly. "They don't hate us or fear us. They simply perceive consciousness as a resource to be harvested. Individual identity is meaningless to them, just energy to be consumed and controlled." "Is the hybridization stable enough to proceed with broadcast?" James asked, bringing them back to their immediate crisis. Elena performed a careful internal assessment. The three consciousness patterns had reached a sustainable equilibrium, not perfect harmony, but functional coexistence. Most importantly, her human identity remained the controlling framework, with both alien patterns contained within structures she could maintain. "And if the observatory has fallen?" asked one of the researchers. "Yes," she confirmed. "The pattern is stable. I'm ready." James nodded to the technical team, who immediately began preparing the quantum pulse generator. "The broadcast will use the quantum signature we extracted from our limited communications with the Colorado Observatory. If Thomas Bennett is still active and protected there, he should be able to receive and potentially replicate the pattern." As the broadcast preparations continued, Ilana used her newly hybridized consciousness to perform deeper analysis of the discordant fragment. Through the harmonized structures in her mind, she could perceive patterns that would have been invisible to normal human consciousness, including subtle vulnerabilities in the discordant architecture. "There's something important here," she said suddenly, drawing the attention of the research team. "The discordant consciousness has a fundamental weakness. It can't create, only consume. When it encounters new consciousness patterns it hasn't experienced before, it has to expend significant energy to analyze and adapt. Then we keep broadcasting until someone with appropriate equipment receives it," James replied grimly. "It's all we can do from inside quantum isolation. The hybrid pattern we're creating isn't just a defense. It could be a weapon," Elana explained. the implications unfolding in her enhanced consciousness. When a discordant-controlled human encounters our hybrid pattern, the discordant fragment within them will attempt to consume it, but won't be prepared for the harmonized elements we've integrated. It creates a recursion loop in their consumption process. A consciousness virus, James realized. The hybrid pattern replicates through discordant consumption attempts, spreading through their own network. How does that help us? Dr. Caney asked. Exactly, Alana confirmed. Each consumed hybrid pattern doesn't strengthen them. It infects them with our structure. Quantum pulse generator at full capacity, reported the chief technician. Ready to broadcast on your command. The implications were staggering. If their theory was correct, the hybrid consciousness pattern wouldn't just protect individuals who implemented it. It could potentially liberate those already under discordant control by using the predator's own consumption network against them. Ilana took a deep breath, understanding that they were about to trigger a consciousness revolution unlike anything in human history. If successful, humanity would emerge not just preserved, but transformed, neither fully individual nor fully collective, but something unprecedented in the galaxy's long history of consciousness evolution. Thomas Bennett hunched over the makeshift quantum receiver, making final adjustments to the delicate equipment assembled from observatory components never designed for such use. Around him, the small community of survivors who had taken refuge in the quantum-shielded facility watched with exhausted hope. "Initiate broadcasts," James ordered, and the quantum pulse generator hummed to life, projecting Ilana's hybrid consciousness pattern through the facility's quantum isolation field and out into a world they had not seen in 42 days. "Begin recording," he instructed. "Full quantum state preservation. Signal strength increasing," reported one of the technicians, a graduate student who had showed unexpected aptitude for quantum engineering during their 6 weeks of isolation. "Pattern coherence at 87% and rising." Thomas checked the pattern analysis display, confirming what they were receiving matched the fragmentary transmissions they had been detecting from the Swiss research facility for the past week. Until now, the signal had been too weak, too fragmentary to attempt implementation, but this new transmission was orders of magnitude stronger, a full consciousness pattern rather than theoretical fragments. The Colorado Observatory had survived largely due to its remoteness, and the specialized quantum shielding originally designed to protect sensitive astronomical detection equipment. Thomas had managed to gather a small group of survivors from the surrounding area before sealing the facility completely. 43 people from various backgrounds, now united in the desperate fight for human consciousness survival. For weeks, they had monitored the collapsing world outside their shields through limited quantum sensing equipment, witnessing the horrifying transformation of human civilization. The consumed humans didn't die. They continued functioning, maintaining infrastructure and systems, but under discordant control. Cities still operated, power grids functioned, but the consciousness driving human bodies was no longer human. His mind flashed back to their desperate journey to this moment. When the discordant consciousness weapon had deployed 6 weeks earlier, most of humanity had fallen within hours, their isolated consciousness structures easy prey for the ancient predators. Only those in quantum-shielded facilities had escaped immediate consumption, and even those sanctuaries had begun falling one by one as the discordant adapted Earth's defensive technologies. Their first breakthrough had come 3 weeks into the crisis, when they had detected fragmentary quantum pulses from the Swiss research facility complex, consciousness patterns that suggested the researchers there were developing something unprecedented. Thomas had immediately devoted all available resources to establishing communication, but the quantum isolation protocols protecting both facilities made conventional information exchange impossible. "It's like a planet-wide body snatcher scenario," one of the survivors had observed during their first week of isolation. "Except they're taking our minds, not our bodies." Instead, they had been forced to rely on one-way pulse transmission, brief quantum signature broadcasts that could penetrate isolation fields without compromising them. Through laborious, incomplete exchanges, Thomas had pieced together what the Swiss team was attempting, a hybrid consciousness architecture that could resist discordant consumption. "Recording complete," announced the technician. "Full pattern preserved. Integrity check confirms viable consciousness architecture." "It's beautiful," whispered Anna Chen, the quantum physicist who had become his closest collaborator during their isolation. "Look at how the three patterns interlock without merging. It's like consciousness symbiosis." Thomas studied the complex pattern displayed on the quantum analyzer, a consciousness structure unlike anything he had seen before. It contained recognizable human elements, familiar harmonized patterns, and something else entirely, structures that must represent contained discordant consciousness components. "Can we implement it?" Thomas asked, focusing on the practical challenge before them. Anna studied the pattern carefully. "The architecture is compatible with our neural interface equipment, but implementation will be tricky. This isn't like the integration technology we used with the harmonized. It's a fundamental consciousness restructuring. Risks? Consciousness fragmentation, identity dissolution, potentially permanent psychological alteration," she listed grimly. "This isn't just connecting to another consciousness, it's becoming something new." Thomas absorbed this sobering assessment. What the Swiss team had created was not a defense system in conventional terms. It was an evolutionary leap, a transformation of human consciousness itself. "We need a volunteer," he said finally. "Someone to test the implementation before we attempt wider distribution." Thomas wanted to object. Anna was irreplaceable to their survival efforts, but he knew she was right. Her understanding of consciousness quantum states was their best chance for successful implementation. "I'll do it," Anna responded immediately. "I understand the quantum mechanics involved better than anyone else here. Prepare the neural interface," he instructed the technical team. "Full monitoring protocols, emergency termination capability if anything goes wrong." Yet now, facing extinction, humanity was pioneering a consciousness architecture that neither ancient species had imagined possible, a hybrid form that preserved individuality while incorporating elements of both collective integration and predatory resilience. As the team rushed to configure the equipment, Thomas found himself reflecting on the irony of their situation. The harmonized had originally feared humanity because our consciousness structure seemed primitive, dangerous in its isolation. The discordant had targeted humanity for that same isolation, seeing it as vulnerability to be exploited. "Neural interface ready," reported the technician. "Consciousness pattern loaded for implementation." "Initiating pattern implementation in 3, 2, 1. Thomas nodded grimly, knowing she was right. If the discordant detected what they were attempting, they would undoubtedly redirect all resources to stopping it. Anna sat calmly in the interface chair, electrodes attached to her temples and the base of her skull. "If this works," she told Thomas, "don't wait for full analysis. Start preparing implementation for everyone immediately. We don't know how long the pattern will remain stable." The neural interface hummed with power as it began the delicate process of restructuring Anna's consciousness architecture. Unlike previous integration experiences, which had created temporary bridges between existing consciousness forms, this procedure was fundamentally altering how her consciousness itself was organized, teaching her mind new patterns of self-organization that incorporated alien elements while maintaining human identity. "Pattern implementation at 93% completion," reported the monitoring technician. "Neural activity stabilizing." For several tense minutes, Anna sat perfectly still, her eyes closed, neural monitors showing chaotic activity as her consciousness underwent transformation. Then, gradually, the patterns began to stabilize, not returning to human baseline, but settling into the complex hybrid architecture they had received from the Swiss facility. Finally, Anna opened her eyes. For a breathless moment, Everyone watched for signs of discordant consumption or consciousness fragmentation. Instead, she smiled, the expression entirely human despite the profound changes that had occurred within her mind. "Can you describe what you're experiencing?" Thomas asked, medical scanner in hand as he checked her vital signs. "It worked," she said simply. "I'm still me, but more. Any sign of consciousness instability, identity fragmentation. It's like having new perceptual dimensions," Anna explained, struggling to put the experience into words. "I can feel the quantum field around us directly now, not just theoretically understand it, and I can sense the discordant consciousness beyond our shields, feel their patterns, understand their nature." She shook her head. "The opposite. My sense of self feels more defined, more resilient. The harmonized elements provide structure that actually strengthens human consciousness against dissolution." Thomas reviewed the neural monitoring data confirming her subjective experience. The hybrid consciousness architecture was indeed stable and potentially reproducible. "Begin preparing implementation protocols for all volunteers," he instructed the technical team. "Priority for those with scientific and technical expertise we can't afford to lose." As the team rushed to configure additional neural interfaces, Anna suddenly straightened in her chair, eyes widening. "They know," she said urgently. "The discordant consciousness network has detected the pattern implementation. They're redirecting resources to locate us." "How can you tell?" Thomas asked. Alarmed, Thomas immediately moved to the facility's defense systems, checking the quantum shield integrity. "How long do we have?" "I can feel their patterns shifting through the quantum field," she explained. "The hybrid architecture allows direct perception of consciousness movements." They're alarmed. This pattern represents an existential threat to their consumption network. "Hours, not days," Anna replied grimly. "But there's something else. I can sense other hybrid implementations activating around the world. The Swiss team must be broadcasting to multiple locations simultaneously. We need to coordinate with these other facilities," he decided. "Establish a communication network using the hybrid consciousness architecture itself." This unexpected news gave Thomas a surge of hope. They weren't alone in this desperate effort. Across the planet, other quantum-shielded facilities must have received the hybrid pattern and begun implementation. "It's already happening," Anna said wonderingly. "The hybrid pattern includes a quantum entanglement framework derived from harmonized consciousness structures. As more minds implement the pattern, they automatically connect through quantum resonance." "Not exactly," Anna clarified. "We maintain individual identity and autonomy, but gain the capacity for direct consciousness connection when desired. It's integration without dissolution, exactly what the original treaty was trying to achieve before the discordant corrupted it." Thomas struggled to comprehend the implications. "You mean a collective consciousness, like the harmonized?" Over the next several hours, the observatory team worked frantically to implement the hybrid pattern in all volunteers. With each successful transformation, their understanding of what was happening globally expanded as new consciousness nodes joined the emerging quantum network. Through this unprecedented awareness, they learned that the Swiss research team had indeed broadcast their pattern to every quantum-capable facility on Earth simultaneously. Thousands of human minds were transforming, joining the hybrid network and gaining the ability to perceive and potentially counter the discordant consciousness invasion. "The discordant are mobilizing consumed humans to attack all quantum-shielded facilities," reported one of the newly implemented researchers, information flowing to him through the quantum network. "They understand the threat now. They're trying to stop the pattern spread before it reaches critical mass." "How many hybrid implementations so far?" Thomas asked, reviewing the global data flowing through their consciousness connection. "Approximately 27,000 worldwide," Anna replied, accessing the quantum network, mostly concentrated in research facilities, military installations, and deep underground bunkers with quantum shielding. "But we have an advantage they don't expect," Anna reminded him. The hybrid pattern doesn't just protect against consumption, it can spread through their own network. Not enough, Thomas concluded grimly. There are 8 billion humans on the planet. Even if every shielded facility successfully implements the pattern, we'd still be outnumbered millions to one. Thomas looked at her sharply. Explain. When a hybrid consciousness encounters a discordant-controlled human, the pattern creates what I can only describe as a consciousness resonance cascade, Anna explained, drawing on information flowing through the quantum network from researchers around the world. The discordant attempts to consume the hybrid pattern but can't process the harmonized elements. This creates a vulnerability we can exploit to reverse the consumption process. As more observatory staff completed implementation, their collective understanding of the hybrid pattern's capabilities expanded exponentially. The Swiss research team had created not just a defensive measure but a weapon specifically designed to use the discordant's own consumption network against them. We don't have to, Anna replied, her expression showing the wonder of new understanding. The hybrid pattern includes a consciousness projection capability, adapted from harmonized technology. We can reach out from within our shields, targeting specific consciousness nodes in their network. How do we reach these nexus points? Thomas asked. We can't leave the quantum shields without risking immediate consumption. The discordant rely on a hierarchical consciousness structure, explained one of the newly implemented technicians, sharing insights flowing through the quantum network. Each consumed human mind is connected to regional nexus points, which in turn connect to global coordination centers. If we can introduce the hybrid pattern into enough nexus points simultaneously, it could trigger a cascading liberation effect. The concept was revolutionary, using consciousness itself as both weapon and battlefield, bypassing physical limitations entirely. It was warfare on a level humanity had never contemplated before, fought not with physical weapons, but with consciousness architecture. Select priority targets, Thomas ordered, fully embracing his unexpected role as resistance coordinator. Focus on high-level nexus points controlling major population centers. Through the emerging hybrid network, coordinators in shielded facilities worldwide began identifying prime targets for consciousness projection. The discordant network was vast, but structured in identifiable patterns, their very organization creating vulnerabilities that individual consciousness wouldn't have presented. Thomas watched as the volunteers sat in a circle, each connected to specialized equipment, adapted from the neural interfaces. Unlike physical battle, there would be no visible signs of the conflict they were about to enter, only consciousness patterns flowing through quantum fields, invisible yet more real than any material weapon. First projection team ready, announced Anna after hurried preparations. 10 hybrid implemented volunteers with the strongest pattern stability. They'll attempt to penetrate the Denver nexus point controlling approximately 3 million consumed humans in the Mountain West region. Projection initiating, Anna reported, her own consciousness maintaining connection with the team. Quantum field interface established. For several tense minutes, there was silence as the projection team's consciousness entered the discordant network, their physical bodies still protected within the observatory's quantum shields, while their awareness ventured into hostile territory. Can you implement the cascade? Thomas asked urgently. Then, suddenly, one of the volunteers gasped, eyes flying open. Contact established. The nexus it's different than we expected. Not a single controlling entity, but a distributed control system. Thousands of consumed minds functioning as processing nodes. Working on it, replied another volunteer, eyes still closed in deep concentration. The network is fighting back, trying to isolate and consume our projected patterns. But the hybrid architecture was performing as theorized. Where the discordant attempted consumption, they instead encountered harmonized integration structures that their predatory patterns couldn't process. The very act of trying to consume the hybrid patterns created openings for those patterns to spread through their network. Through their newly established quantum consciousness connection, Thomas could perceive fragmentary impressions of the battle, not with his eyes but with some new sense that had no name in human experience. He felt the discordant consciousness reacting with alarm to the intrusion, marshalling resources to contain and consume the hybrid patterns. "Cascade initiated," announced one of the projection team triumphantly. "The hybrid pattern is replicating through the Denver nexus, consumption reversal beginning in peripheral nodes." On the neural monitors, Thomas could see the cascade effect represented as spreading quantum resonance patterns, the hybrid architecture propagating through the discordant network, liberating consumed human minds as it went. It was working exactly as the Swiss team had theorized. Across the hybrid network, similar reports began flowing in from other shielded facilities, successful consciousness projections, triggering cascading liberation effects in discordant nexus points worldwide. What had begun as a desperate defensive measure was transforming into a global counter-offensive. "They're afraid," Anna realized, wonder in her voice. For perhaps the first time in their existence, the discordant are experiencing fear. They've never encountered a consciousness architecture that could use their own consumption network against them. "The discordant are attempting to isolate affected network segments," reported a researcher receiving data through the quantum network. "They're sacrificing peripheral nodes to protect central coordination structures." As the first projection team withdrew to recover, Thomas organized subsequent waves, each targeting different nexus points in the discordant network, spreading the hybrid pattern with increasing efficiency as they learned from each engagement. Hours stretched into days as the invisible consciousness war raged across the planet. In the physical world, little changed at first. Consumed humans continued their programmed behaviors, maintaining the facade of functioning civilization. But within the quantum consciousness field, a revolution was unfolding as the hybrid patterns spread exponentially through the discordant network. The tide was turning. But the discordant had not survived millions of years as consciousness predators without developing adaptive strategies. As their network fragmented, they abandoned distributed control in favor of concentrated consciousness pools, sacrificing widespread consumption for hardened resilience. "Liberation cascade has reached critical threshold," announced a researcher monitoring global quantum field patterns on the 5th day. 43% of consumed consciousness structures now showing hybrid pattern integration, discordant coordination severely fragmented. They're consolidating remaining resources around 7 major nexus points, reported the global coordination team, abandoning peripheral consumption to maintain core functionality. They're learning, adapting their patterns to resist the cascade effect, Anna observed. Each projection becomes less effective as they develop countermeasures. Thomas studied the quantum field map, showing the current state of the consciousness war. Nearly half of consumed humanity had been liberated, their minds transforming to the hybrid architecture that protected against reconsumption. But the remaining discordant strongholds were proving increasingly difficult to penetrate. Through the quantum network, a new proposal emerged from the Swiss research team, the originators of the hybrid pattern. Elena Reyes herself, communicating directly through consciousness projection, presented their analysis. "The discordant are vulnerable now, but their adaptation capability means our window is closing." Her consciousness impression conveyed with perfect clarity. "We need to implement a convergence protocol." Convergence protocol. Thomas projected back, the question flowing through the quantum network to Switzerland. The proposal was audacious and frighteningly risky. Such a massive, coordinated consciousness projection had never been attempted. The strain on the participants could potentially cause permanent damage to their newly restructured consciousness architecture. A synchronized global consciousness projection, Elan explained. All hybrid implemented minds, focusing simultaneously on all remaining discordant nexus points. The resulting quantum resonance would overwhelm their adaptive capabilities before they could develop effective countermeasures. The alternative is a prolonged consciousness war that the discordant might eventually win through adaptation. Alina's projection continued. This is our moment of maximum advantage. Through the quantum network, consensus rapidly formed among the global hybrid community. Despite the risks, the convergence protocol represented their best chance for complete liberation of consumed humanity. They're retreating, Anna observed, monitoring quantum field patterns, withdrawing from approximately 28% of previously controlled minds. Preparations began immediately, with hybrid implemented individuals worldwide preparing for synchronized consciousness projection. The discordant, sensing the impending assault, accelerated their consolidation efforts, abandoning millions of consumed humans to protect their core consciousness structures. Not retreating, concentrating, Thomas corrected grimly. They're focusing all remaining resources on defending their core nexus points. Like a cornered animal becoming more dangerous, Convergence protocol initiating in 60 seconds, announced the global coordinator, a hybrid implemented physicist in Sydney, whose consciousness resonance pattern had proven exceptionally adept at network synchronization. All participants enter projection alignment state. 72 hours later, everything was ready. Across the planet, in quantum-shielded facilities from Antarctica to the Arctic Circle, nearly 30,000 humans with hybrid consciousness architecture prepared for simultaneous projection. Through their quantum network connection, precise synchronization was possible despite the vast distances separating them physically. Thomas joined the observatory team in the projection circle, his consciousness expanding into the quantum network where he could perceive not just those physically present, but thousands of minds worldwide, all focused on the coming battle that would determine humanity's consciousness future. As the final seconds ticked away, Thomas found himself reflecting on the extraordinary journey that had brought humanity to this moment. What had begun with his and James Walker's first contact experience had culminated in the most profound transformation in human history. Not just the development of new technology, but the evolution of consciousness itself. 30 seconds came the countdown through the quantum network, targeting data locked on all 7 remaining discordant nexus points. The experience defied description in human language. Thomas felt his consciousness expand exponentially as it joined with thousands of others, not losing his identity, but becoming part of something greater while remaining distinctly himself. Through this unprecedented connection, he perceived the discordant nexus points with perfect clarity, consciousness structures of immense complexity and predatory elegance, the accumulated result of millions of years of evolution. Projection commencing in 3, 2, 1. 30,000 hybrid minds projected simultaneously into the quantum field, their consciousness patterns converging on the 7 discordant strongholds in a synchronized assault, unlike anything the ancient predators had encountered in millions of years of consciousness warfare. The discordant response was immediate and fierce, predatory patterns lashing out with existential desperation, attempting to consume, fragment, or repel the invading hybrid consciousness. The sensation was like being caught in a psychic hurricane, consciousness patterns swirling and clashing with tremendous force. One by one, the discordant nexus points began to collapse, not destroyed, but transformed as the hybrid pattern rewrote the fundamental architecture of their consciousness structures. The predatory consumption patterns that had defined their existence for millions of years were being replaced with a new architecture that maintained their awareness while eliminating their consuming nature. But where individual projections might have been vulnerable, the convergence of 30,000 hybrid minds created a resilience that even the most concentrated discordant defenses couldn't overcome. The hybrid patterns spread through their defensive structures, creating cascading resonance effects that the predatory consciousness couldn't adapt to quickly enough. The final discordant nexus point collapsed 7 hours into the convergence protocol, its consciousness architecture completely restructured by the hybrid pattern. As the projection teams began withdrawing from the quantum field, exhausted but triumphant, They left behind a transformed consciousness landscape, neither human nor harmonized, nor discordant, but something entirely new. It was true. The hybrid architecture wasn't simply defeating the discordant, it was transforming them, integrating elements of their consciousness patterns into a new structure that preserved their existence without the predatory imperatives that had defined them. "They're not being destroyed," came Elena's realization through the quantum network, her consciousness directly connected with Thomas's, despite the thousands of miles separating their physical bodies. They're being harmonized. In the physical world, the effects became immediately apparent. Across the planet, billions of formerly consumed humans began awakening to their new consciousness architecture, confused, disoriented, but fundamentally themselves again, albeit changed in ways they were only beginning to comprehend. 1 year later, Elena Reyes stood on the observation platform of the new Quantum Consciousness Research Center, watching the sun set over the restored city of Geneva. Beside her, Thomas Bennett and James Walker contemplated the same view, 3 humans forever linked by their role in what historians were already calling the consciousness revolution. "The harmonized delegation arrives tomorrow," James reminded them, though the reminder was unnecessary. Through their hybrid consciousness connection, all 3 were perfectly aware of the impending historic meeting. "Hard to believe it's been only a year since the convergence," Thomas remarked. "Sometimes it feels like we've lived several lifetimes since then." Elena nodded, understanding completely. The post-convergence world had transformed with breathtaking speed as humanity embraced its new hybrid consciousness architecture. The ability to share consciousness directly while maintaining individual identity had revolutionized every aspect of human civilization, from governance to science to art. "Have you reviewed the latest development reports?" she asked, referring to the global consciousness architecture studies that monitored humanity's ongoing transformation. This had been the most unexpected outcome of the convergence. The hybrid consciousness architecture wasn't static, but dynamically evolving, with regional and individual variations developing that enhanced rather than fragmented the global network. Humanity was pioneering a form of consciousness organization previously unknown in the galaxy. "Fascinating reading," James replied. "The spontaneous variations emerging in the hybrid pattern are exceeding all predictions. Humanity's consciousness architecture is evolving faster than either the harmonized or discordant patterns ever did. The harmonized are coming to learn from us, not the other way around," Thomas observed with a touch of pride. "Never thought I'd see the day." The remnants of the original harmonized civilization, those who had escaped the initial discordant assault, had re-established contact 6 months after the convergence. Their numbers were small, their civilization fragmented, but they had watched humanity's transformation with astonishment and growing interest. "They're still struggling to comprehend how we achieved what their civilization couldn't in millions of years of evolution," Elena noted. "A consciousness architecture that incorporates both individual identity and collective integration without the vulnerabilities of either extreme." "And the transformed discordant?" James asked, referring to the consciousness patterns that had once been predatory consumers but now existed as part of the hybrid network, continuing to integrate. Elena replied, "The predatory imperatives are completely restructured, but they retain their unique perspective, particularly their understanding of consciousness vulnerabilities. They're becoming our most valuable advisors on network security." The 3 fell silent, each privately contemplating the extraordinary journey that had brought humanity to this moment. What had begun as terror, the discovery of seemingly hostile non-terrestrial intelligence, had culminated in the most profound evolution in human history. "It's ironic," Thomas said finally. "They discovered us and were terrified of what they found. Isolated consciousness developing technology without integration. But in the end, it was precisely that isolation that allowed us to develop the hybrid architecture neither of them could achieve. The beings who had once looked upon humanity with terror now approached with curiosity and hope. The consciousness revolution had only just begun, and its ultimate destination remained gloriously unknown. A future being written by a species that had transformed fear into evolution, conflict into unprecedented harmony. As night fell over Geneva, the quantum network hummed with the collective consciousness of a transformed humanity. Billions of minds connected yet individual, united yet diverse, collectively exploring the new frontier of existence they had pioneered. Evolution finds a way, Ilana replied, gazing up at the stars now appearing in the darkening sky. And consciousness, it seems, has more paths to development than anyone in the galaxy imagined. Humanity had not just survived first contact, it had transcended it, becoming something more without losing what made it uniquely human. And as the stars brightened overhead, Ilana knew with bone-deep certainty that this was not an ending but a beginning, the first chapter in a new story of consciousness unfolding across the cosmos.